Alrighty, hi there, everybody, and welcome to. Oh my goodness, look at Cecily. What are you doing over there? Get over here. All right, hello there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and I'm your DM for the first time in literally, I think 79 days. I am your DM, and I am so incredibly happy and excited to be here to be at the return of the Salamander Coast campaign. So no further reason to delay or dally. Let's just roll the intro and get right into things. Burner. Okay, hi, and we're back. So, with that, let's go ahead and dive in to tonight's session of the Salamander Coast. Let's get the emotional oblivion music here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Here we go. So, last we had left off. My goodness, so long ago. But for our party members, not that long ago. So that'll be fun. So, what has happened? What most recently has happened for our party members? So, our party members had just accomplished the goal that they had set out so long ago to achieve: preventing the heist of Bromsgrove. A roller coaster of a ride involving them fast traveling back and forth from Loshar and Fjardeleth, incurring the wrath of Odin, traveling back through time, jumping over hurdle after hurdle after hurdle, sadly watching their longtime friend Ashima perish at the hands of one of the 13 Forsaken Malice Bainir, knowing his death was not in vain, as they were able to prevent the heist, stopping it in its entirety, saving the egg, but not at no cost. Our party members found themselves immediately stopped after the heist by this warden of space and time, an entity that the party saw literally ripping through the threads and fabric of space and time and magic, the weave that holds everything together, questioning them on their actions and making the discovery that the Legion, the hive mind that these creatures are supposed to be to prevent things like this from happening, there are weaknesses. There are entities in their web that have broken free, that serve their own free will, and in turn serve the Dark One. This Warden of Time thanked you for your service, and instead of erasing your threads, just chose to merely place you where you needed to be, where you should have been all along. So, for all of you in your minds, after the heist happened, the Tsar and the Imperator thanked you for your duties, but wished that you would keep what happened here a secret, as if there was any truth revealed about the situation, it could spell disaster for Bromsgrove and for the people that live within it. So, you keep your secret, and you take a nice payday away from preventing this heist. Time in between then is foggy. Your memory in the in-between is foggy. All you remember is traveling and traveling peacefully. At one point you were stopped by guards, accusing Cecily, Suni, and Bianca of being individuals who are currently outlaws in the nation of Bella Clara. But luckily, Morwen Dulski and Carasilla Dulski were able to come to your aid, claiming that you were new initiates in the Children of the Flame, and they could not be tried for the crimes they committed. No oath had been made yet. But for the time being, as long as Morwen and Carasilla both, at least one of them, are with you, you'll have that cover until you can figure out a way to undo that crime. So with that, you travel and travel and travel until eventually you arrive in the Old Kingdom. A land of rolling rivers, flat plains, luscious farmland. All the way to the west, massive mountains that divide the Rufficent Grove from the nation of Bella Clara. You know where you're headed, as Bianca had made several discoveries about her history, her lineage, and her past, and the truth of her family, knowing that her grandmother, long ago, Ivana de Maris, was once the regent of this land, a queen. However, a queen whose nation fell under siege, and in a desperate effort to make sure her lineage could continue and that her son could survive, she made a deal with an entity that, well, the party has had several interactions with already. Bianca learning where her infernal bloodline comes from. What promise was made, what deal was made. So as the party was traveling on several nights into their travel into the Old Kingdom, Bianca thought it was finally necessary to reach out to her father, to get answers, because if anybody knew, it would be him. So with that, she sent a message and received a response. Her father saying that he will explain the truth that he knows. Him and Bianca's mother both, currently in Giant's Bridge, will meet her in the town of Richka as soon as they can. He tells her to wait there, and she'll know everything he knows when the two of them arrive. Now, that wasn't the only thing that happened on your first foray into the Old Kingdom. You had also encountered a strange woman, to say the least. Awkward and a little clumsy. Glasses pinched to her nose, investigating these interesting stones jutting out of the ground with different runes and insignias carved on them. A woman, you discovered her name to be Suna, however, her purposely keeping her last name from you. She seems not necessarily obsessed with these rocks, but extremely intrigued by them. Through the combined efforts of Suni and Morwen and Suna, you're able to determine that these rocks are very similar to ones in the surrounding area, all cut from the same stone, but even more so, Suni, something you're able to find out, these rocks are like veins. They go deep into the earth and move away. All of them interconnected in one way, shape, or form, pulling further and further and further to the west. More when realizing that one of her visions that she received long ago was stones very similar. On top of a mountain, at least snow surrounding them, and someone approaching with a lantern of some sort. Gold wisps of energy wrapping around those stones. And then finally, with Suna's contribution of these stones having some type of power to them, channeling the right amount of magic, they imbue the channeler with some type of ability. For Suna, she said that it was something that made her attacks more deadly, made them stronger, made her hit more often, or in the case that the party saw, gave her the ability to breathe elemental magic. So, with the mystery of the stones, the mystery of Bianca's past, and the much too calm nature of the Old Kingdom. Rolling fields and rivers, birds chirping, and peace, and quiet and calm. For the first several days of travel, it is nice. But then it starts to become ominous. You're so used to being on the edge of danger. At the corner or in the corner, ready to face Odin's wrath. Ready for the Dark One to lunge at you. Ready for a 13 to pop out of nowhere and attack you, but nothing happens. Your journey to Richka is a peaceful one. Day in, day out, day in, day out. Relaxing, taking your time, hunting and fishing, trading with local farmers for different types of wheats and grains, fresh fruit and vegetables. Maybe helping them plow a field here, or deal with a pack of wolves that have been harassing their sheep there. Your journey is easy, peaceful. It's nice. But Bianca, one thing that you definitely notice is there is a coldness. Every night. A breeze that's just a little too chilly. Something's following you, or at least something's here. You can feel it. You know it's here. But eventually, those feelings fall to the wayside momentarily as you arrive in the small town of Richka. You can see a city built upon a hill. Many small, quaint homes. A larger stone temple off in the distance built upon a larger hill. And, like I said, many small, quaint homes and towns, homes clustered together. As you enter, you can tell that this is a town, a village almost, with 4 main buildings, everything else kind of built around them. The church, you can see, is definitely someplace where people are constantly fluxing in and out of. There's also a larger store that you can see upon an immediate entry. Just peeking through the windows, you can see that there is a collection of general goods items that you may need, rations, rope, camping supplies, things of that nature. You can see that there is, in the center of town, a large inn of some kind, with looks to be what is a carriage wheel swinging from above the door. And then finally, you see, off in the distance, right across from the inn, a medium-sized stone building without very much character or life to it. Clean cut and kind of boring. And you can see, just from walking by people as you begin to enter, people talking about going to potentially get a loan from the copper storeroom. And you assume that that must be what that is, some type of small-time bank. So, 4 buildings as you enter, 4 places to go after you've been traveling for days on end with nothing but uncomfortable bedrolls and the soft soil underneath you. So real quick, Carasilla, you would be the only person to notice this as you enter with your 21 passive perception. Your walking order right now, you potentially at the front, everybody else more so behind you. You can see most people as they see you, Carasilla, they look and they smile. They see the cloak. And in fact, there is one younger man, a dwarvish man. You can see that his chin hairs are just starting to grow in, sort of fraying at the cheeks. Bright red-orange hair as it's kind of pulled back into a top knot as well. He walks up to you and says, "Oh, hi. Are you Gleeman, are you? I saw the cloak."
Yeah, she'll just very, like, nonchalantly just, like, kind of, like, pick up the cloak as if she's like, oh, yeah, I am wearing this. And be like, oh, I suppose I am of sorts.
Are you staying, or do you plan to perform at the inn?
Well, plans can be fickle things, but if I can, I certainly will, if you will be there.
Oh, well, if you're going to be there, I'm going to be there. That's for sure. And you see him kind of look behind you, and he's like, of course, and this is your troupe. And he kind of looks behind, and you see him. None of you notice this. He just kind of scans, and he kind of stops for a moment, just speaking. And then he looks back to you and says, is this your troupe? Or are they just come into town at the same time as you? And Carasilla, with your passive perception, you could notice that he especially, the thing that made him trip up was when he eventually looked at Bianca.
Noted. A troop of sorts. Perhaps not forming sorts, but good friends of mine.
Ah. Well, very nice. Well, if you can't stay, I'm sure that the next town past will be more than happy to have a gleeman perform at their tavern. Well, it was a great honor to meet you. Have a good day. And kind of immediately scooches off to the side and kind of takes a wide berth around the group.
That kid was
kind of like pull back a little bit and just like whisper to Bianca. And that kid seemed to have a bit of a weird thing looking at her. Should hopefully mean nothing, but I don't know. I think it'd be a good idea to talk to your dad.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe she's gonna look down at her weapons and be like, I guess it could be a little intimidating to see someone with a lot of weapons, but then she also looks at Suni and she's like, well, whatever. I'm sure it's nothing.
Okay, real question is, are we performing? Because, look, I mean, it's been a while, but I don't have these juggling balls for nothing, you know?
Oh, then I suppose you will be.
And I'm a fucking great dancer, so...
I've danced. I'll sit it out.
No, you gotta join us.
You can do what I do without my illustrious troupe, right?
My dance seems a little bit more formal.
Yeah, no, you're good at... You can narrate something?
Public speaking, not my thing.
We'll find what your thing is. There'll be many other towns we can get to before you will need to find something, right?
I mean, do you know how to juggle? Because I can pass off these and I can do impressions.
I'll just be your guys' biggest fan. How's that?
No, I think the impression thing is a good idea. Who can you do?
Well, I mean, I could do both.
Can you do them at the same time?
Oh, I don't know.
That's where we make money.
Yeah, I only started doing impressions once I figured out how to do the magic tricks, you know?
So you need someone in the back to kind of get the ball rolling. So if you say a joke, I can laugh, and then everyone else will, follow.
Yeah, it loosens up the crowd for everyone. You know, that's a really important role.
Yeah. I think we call those a shill in the business.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the shill. So the inn?
You can, Bianca, you can hear Mimir from your belt go, I don't think you might want to be saying that out loud. Might give the wrong impression, especially with the way some of these people are looking at you.
After he said that, are there more people looking at me?
Yeah, so as soon as you look up and he points that out, you can see that as soon as you look up, there were maybe like 3 or 4 people that were near a bench or near a small fire. They were just kind of sitting there talking to each other, and you could see they were looking at you, and as soon as you look over to them, they'll kind of look away and look back to each other.
Guys, is it just... Am I wearing my clothes inside out? Like, what is going on?
I mean, you look clean to me. I mean, I don't have a very high standard, I guess, but...
Might just be that goofy look on.
Suni, I don't think it... Okay, we're here to talk to somebody, right? Maybe we could figure that out. See if they know something.
Yeah, I mean, my dad and my mom should be here. I don't know if they're here yet, but I mean, we can just stop into the inn and get a place to rest. So,
A way of finding out if they're here as well.
sorry, what'd you say, Gemma?
It's a good way of finding out if they're here as well.
Gosh, I don't know why my headphones are a little quiet today. Let me turn them up.
Okay. All right. So you continue down the central thoroughfare. And as you do, you can see that most people, they, maybe just because you're a group of armed adventurers, they do tend to take a wider berth around you. It should be of note that there's still a fair amount of people that are outside. Currently, the 11th of Stormtide, which is the 11th of April, pretty much. It is a... Oh, goodness gracious. Gemma, how come you can't speak American units?
I'm not a heathen, I'm sorry.
That's a fair answer.
So, outside, it is clear blue skies. There's maybe a cloud every now and then, but it always comes in at just the right time to give you a little bit of break from the heat of the sun, as it's about 66 degrees Fahrenheit with just a light wind, which is about 18 degrees Celsius. Closer to 19, actually. So
Big
it
difference.
is a pleasant day outside. And the closer you get to the inn, you can see more people entering their homes. Not many, but 4 or 5, noticeable amount of people who were outside enjoying the weather who head back inside. So, as you make your way into the inn, there is a change in the environment. The music begins to play, and you can hear the light plucking of notes on some type of stringed instrument. Fire burning in the hearth in the center of the inn, and you can see a large man at the barkeep, a half-orc, stark white hair, this big bushy mustache coming off of each end of the corners of his mouth. You can see he also has a top knot, probably a regional style of this area, but he definitely has a top knot to conceal the balding on his head. And honestly, it's not doing him any favors.
Poor guy.
Sorry. That's just a wonderful detail.
You can see that as you enter, some of the other guests that are in here at midday, people eating their lunch after taking their break, after working hard at whatever job they have, they look to the group of you and kind of turn back to their food. The atmosphere in here is relaxed. Maybe a small bit of tension with travelers, but relaxed overall. As you approach the barkeep, I'm assuming that Carousel would be the one approaching first.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. So you can see the man. He smiles at you, gives you this big toothy grin. You can see the his sort of canines, as opposed to where most half-orcs, they have the two bottom canines. They have tusks, yeah. Instead of tusks coming from the bottom, they have his are coming from the top. These big, thick teeth where his canine should be, as he sort of smiles and says, "Wow, very pleased to make your acquaintance. The name is Ruslan Artemenko, but you can just call me Russ. It's a pleasure to have you in the Squeaky Wheel Inn." And he reaches out to shake your hand, and he sees the cloak on your shoulders, Carasilla, and says, "Well, long time since a gleeman's been around these parts. Will you be performing for us this evening?"
Do you have me?
Well, needless to say, if you look around the talent right now, and he kind of looks to the guy very lazily playing the stringed instrument, I'd love to have a little bit of excitement in my tavern.
And she's the
then I
best
shall
of the
promise
best.
an exciting performance.
Oh. Travel with interesting company, but I wouldn't expect any less for a gleeman. Dragonborn. Long time since we had one of your kind here as well. Tell me, any plans to save the world?
Only you knew.
Oh, I bet. And, well, you were quite the young one to be traveling with these individuals, but, believe me, I've been around enough, young ladies that are full of spitfire. I'm sure you're worth your weight in, well...
He looks at the no weapons.
I'd venture to say magic. Yeah?
Yeah, you know, chosen by a storm, long lost princess, whatever.
That's badass. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's great to have you here. So, pencil you in for an evening performance then, right?
Right.
Amazing. So, needing rooms then, I suppose. Staying here long or not?
Kind of look to Bianca for that one.
Let's start with one night and
Sorry, no, I didn't see you there. Please don't take me as a... sorry, eyes ain't what they used to be. Name's Russ. Many apologies. I didn't mean to...
oh, no problem. I heard. Thank you.
Yes, just one night, you said?
I think one for now. We'll start with that.
All right, okay, one night, how many rooms?
I think we just need 2.
2?
No, wait. We have Suna and Morwin, so 3.
Oh.
Sorry, that was Felicity. Remembering.
3 rooms. You got it. So we do things a little differently around here. We charge at checkout, just because I'm the person that cleans the room, so I go based off how dirty the room is when you go to leave. So nothing's needed now, it's just when you go to leave, I'll check out the room and charge based off that.
Oh god, based off how dirty. Okay, guys, I'll try my best.
No, that's very good to know up front. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. See, upstairs, got a couple of rooms. Yep, got 3 here. 3 keys. There you go. And, well, if you need any food or drink, I can, of course, take care of that for you down here. If not, sit in the common room or sit in your rooms. I don't know what exactly you're... As you as a performer, Carousel, looking back to you. What you as a performer need to do in order to get ready, but as soon as you are, I'll rally the troops, get some people in here. I'm sure just from your cloak, a lot of people already saw you coming in, so might have a big crowd tonight. Don't get very much excitement here in Richka, so happy to have you.
I'm glad to be here.
Glad to have you. Well, if there's nothing else, and he kind of like brushes his hands and wipes them on the apron that he's wearing. If there's nothing else, I got some food that's calling my name back in the back. Need anything? A bell right there you can ring. Be happy to serve you.
Oh, yeah, I need to restock my bread pockets.
All right.
She'll take out a couple rusty ends. Nobody knows where she got them when we were on the road. She has her sources, and she'll just kind of like take out whatever's left from the old batch and restock with whatever this guy's got.
I thought we were through with this phase.
This is not a phase, Mom.
Wait, Dragonborn's your mother? I don't know.
I was doing a... Don't worry about it.
All right.
I could be.
I'm gonna go get the bread.
Good call.
Yeah.
Man.
Mother.
Fumbled that one. I gotta work on it for stage. Whew.
He heads back, comes back a few moments later, and you see he's got a couple of fresh loaves. He says, so depending on how many slices you need, I'd be more than happy to charge you per that, or if you'd like to buy both the loaves, we can do that as well.
Ooh.
We'll take
trying
the
to...
loaves.
Now what? I'm trying to cut back a little. Maybe just, you know...
Are you the only person who gets to have any? Maybe I want some bread.
Oh! No, okay, you're right. So one loaf for me and the other one for everybody else.
I would protest that, but that is probably.
That's less. I'm having less.
All right, you're looking at
We'll take both the loaves.
And you see him kind of looks at the loaves, and he kind of looks amongst the group, and you're looking at about 6 copper pieces for the 2 loaves.
Well, I can finally pay my own way, guys. And
Aw,
she'll
all grown up.
hand him. I mean, she'll take out a platinum piece at first and be like, are you able to break this? Or should I could ruffle around for something else.
And they break that. I don't even know what that is.
Like, change
For what?
for a platinum piece?
You got
Cecily, put that
platinum?
away.
Yeah.
Asshole move.
I
Ooh, whips out $100 bill. Can you break this? Thanks.
I just don't have anything. I mean,
Bianca will reach into her pocket for 6 copper. Here you are. Just put that away, Cecily. And maybe don't say platinum so loudly.
Yeah, that's fine. And he still has the tray in his hands as he hands the 2 pieces of bread. You can just leave it on the counter. I'll come back and get it in a second. Well, enjoy your stay. Need anything, like I said, ring the bell. And he heads back into the kitchen rather quickly.
This dude must trust all these people if he's leaving the money on the counter and not.
Bianca has an
charging.
eyebrow raise.
Weird place.
Very. Well, should we see our rooms?
Hell yeah.
what am I mean, do I need to, like, go trade this shit somewhere? It's already a lot of coins to be carrying. I don't want to be, like, clanging
You can-
around.
We can go to the bank across the way.
Bank?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to a bank. I'm like an adult.
Bianca's
Fine.
gonna go up to the rooms.
Yeah.
I like
Leave
to
Cecily
imagine.
to our little moment.
Yeah, Cecily said that as everybody was already walking up the stairs.
She like waited. She's like, wow, okay, fine.
Shit.
As long as
Dropping
the
the ball.
hallway isn't super busy with other people, Bianca will lean over to Caracilla and be like, I think this town's a little racist.
I just need to warm up a little bit. Get our senses back.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think that was, though.
Well, seems like we're not planning on staying here long anyways, so should be fine regardless.
Yeah, one night should be plenty. Who's lodging with who? I assume the twins.
Twins always twinning.
Mm.
I mean,
All right then, 2 youngest together, and Suna and Bianca. If no one
That's
says anything, so
what I was about
That's
to
what I was
say.
thinking too. I just didn't know what Suna wanted. Maybe we should ask Suna.
The whole tension of the session. Who's gonna share rooms, guys?
Gonna, oh,
No,
no.
I want to be with the rock lady.
Oh, everybody wants to room with me. Oh no. She grabs her forearm. She's like, oh no. Oh, whatever will I do? Huh? Starts making anime noises. Exactly.
Stories of
Yikes.
popularity.
Poor me. Okay. All right. Suna's like, oh yeah, I can do that.
That sounded more correct. That's what I remember. All right. Well, yeah. Yeah, we could just do the youngins, and then the twins, and then the book smarts.
woo.
Those are our room themes.
The
Hell
book
yeah.
smarts. The book smarts.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Cool. So as
all of you sort of set your stuff into your rooms. The rooms are, well, less than stellar. This is an older town, an older inn. The rooms have a little bit of a breeze in them. They're not very well insulated. They're a little dusty. It seems as though nobody's really stayed in them for a while. They're not dirty. They're not abandoned. They just don't have a lot of care put into them. So it's just kind of uncomfortable, but not so much so where you can't sleep here. It's just something that you notice where it's like, I thought these would be nicer. Okay.
Bianca will turn to Suna. Maybe we should just sleep outside anyway.
Oh,
I'm
if
kidding.
Well, okay.
Just trying to make light of it. And she will go and try and like fluff the blankets and pillows, trying to get the dust off and everything.
Just these large clouds of dust emerging.
Oh god, Felicity's actually allergic to it, so I'm like already getting itchy
Wait a
eyes
minute.
thinking about it.
Please stop the fluffing of the blankets. It's right down by your waist.
Oh my god.
I don't even
Oh,
have
no.
lungs. What's happening? It's just on my
Oh, man.
tongue.
Sorry, Mimir.
Is it ever
She'll
odd
try and,
having
like-
a head around your waist? Do you get used to it?
I hate to break it to you, because you're traveling with us. This is one of the most normal things that has happened within the last 3 months to me.
What?
Yeah. But it seems like it's getting more normal every day, so that's good news. Not this, but my life. Well, except for, you know what? Never mind. It really hasn't been, so,
Do you
I might...
do you want to talk about anything? You seem tense.
I mean...
Okay. Oh, sorry. That's weird. We don't know each other that well. I'm sure that you probably, like, when I'm not around, you probably just call me the rock lady to all of your friends, and like I totally.
No,
get
I
that, 'cause
don't.
that-
Also, you know all my friends.
yeah. You know, I mean, yeah. I just, you know, it was weird for me to come on so strong. I just, you know, you're just kind of cool, and I feel like you're a lot of times you're very like calm, and you just seem a little tense right now. So I wanted to be able to be if you wanted to talk, but like you probably, if you needed to talk, you talk to somebody that you knew for longer. That makes total sense to me.
Suna, it's okay. I am a little tense. It's been a little weird. Being not just here in Richka, but here in the Old Kingdom. And real quick, did we ever tell Suna everything, or did we try and keep things? How much did we tell Suna? People.
That's up to you guys. Yeah.
What did we do?
I mean,
gonna
probably the normal amount of stuff. Like, definitely not talk about all the time shit, because you shouldn't
Yeah.
Mhm.
But, you know.
I think Cecily would probably leave what's happening here in your court if you want to, but she would probably vote to not tell Suna about the Dark One and time traveling and Odin and, you know, basically everything else from before. Probably not yet. But, like, what's going on here is probably fine. She would just leave it up to you.
Do
feel like
we
there was-
think? Sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna say something that was so not important, so you can.
Well, I was just gonna say, do we think it'd be I'm assuming over the time getting to Richka's when we would have filled her in on stuff, but do we think it would be beneficial or harmful to inform her about the not just like the Old Kingdom heritage, this is technically my land, like thing, but oh god, Isin stuff. Would that be beneficial or more harmful?
I think that's completely up to you.
Yeah.
I meant more like in a team effort planning wise, but I assume it'd be fine. I know it'd be up to Bianca, but I mean, like, are we trying to keep that on the extreme DL or just the DL?
I think at this point, it would be totally fair to tell this person that's been with us for multiple days that we might get ambushed by a demon.
Yeah, okay, so she knows. All right.
That seems
She's
fair.
chill.
Yeah, she's here. She's got to be invested. So, okay, cool. I just didn't want to be like, I was like, I don't know what you know. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's not a good, like, explain later thing.
Yeah.
You know?
All
The
right.
demons attack. You're like, by the way,
By the way, this is yeah.
we knew this might happen and we didn't tell you.
I'll look you up later. Take this scroll.
That'd be terrible. Okay, cool. So she knows. So then Bianca going back into it will just kind of be like, I think just with the anticipation of seeing my parents and, you know, addressing the stuff that we'd never addressed before, and I just feel this creeping feeling that we're being observed, not like maybe followed, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, I'm the only one that might have this feeling, so I don't know, but I just have this feeling that we're not completely alone. And now this town, I didn't even really notice it at first because I've only ever had it in small doses, but they just seem kind of like they don't like me for superficial reasons.
Well, for one, I'm sorry. It's never good to feel like that. I can admit that people have been very weird to you. I'm not great with people, but I noticed that I don't know, they were looking at you weirdly. It was odd, but they were all trying not to. It was, I don't know, it's weird. Sometimes I don't get people when they act the way they do sometimes, but I think at the end of the day, I mean, you're here and you know that at the end of the day, these are your people, and technically, and you want to help these people, and if they can't recognize that now, or they don't see that, or they don't know that, then I don't know, I suppose they're still your people.
Yeah, haven't even been able to fully wrap my head around that yet still, either.
Yeah, it's weird when you realize that there's a lot of people in a place that are kind of counting on you, but they don't know it. It's a lot.
Is that something you're familiar with?
No, God, no. God's no. No.
Insight. Is she hiding that she's also like a princess or something?
Make an insight check.
Well, first roll since we're back.
Natural 1.
Might be. Let's find out.
Thanks.
Always a 5% chance.
And an 11.
Ooh, 2 natural ones.
Yeah.
All right, well, you can definitely tell that, I mean, yeah. She's definitely concealing the truth, just not very well at all. Like, she immediately looks like down and to the left, and then back up at you and down and to the left, and she's like, no, that'd be crazy. That'd be insane for someone to know what that would feel like, and definitely not me. I mean, I'm a college graduate. And she just stares at you after that.
Bianca's just kind of blinking. Okay, well, I'll just say that you also seem a little on edge now after that question, and you never have to tell me anything. Like you said, we don't know each other very well, but if you ever feel like you need to, you can.
Really?
Oh, of course. You've already been not only just like a lovely person to be around, but so helpful this whole time, and your knowledge is invaluable. And I feel like you've grown to be a part of us a little bit, don't you?
I mean, I suppose so. I don't know. I've and you can see her kind of like her hands. She kind of like this is a weird way to describe it, but her hands are kind of like jellyfish right now, where they're constantly opening and closing at her side. And she has like a stress ball in them. I don't know really how to say this, but I felt that way a lot with other groups of people, and then I kind of realized that I was just kind of putting those feelings upon those groups of people, and they didn't actually reciprocate those feelings, and so I'm always nervous now to actually allow myself to feel those things, because sometimes I feel like that's just kind of my brain making those things up, and then that's not how people actually feel. And so I found that if I just kind of shut myself off from it, it becomes a lot easier if that's not the truth or if it is the truth, because I'd rather just not try than try and fail for a lot of things. When it comes to science and magic, I'm fine with trying and failing, but people are a lot harder than science and magic. They are a lot harder than science and magic.
They are. And I'm really sorry you've felt that way, and that people have made you feel that way to make you doubt yourself.
Oh, no, okay, now I feel bad because now you're comforting me, but I came to you to comfort you. See, this happens a lot too. Somebody tells me that I can talk about my problems, and then I do, but then it... Okay.
It's okay. It really is. Thank you for being a good friend. I appreciate you checking in with me.
And I can tell you that it gets easier. Dealing with the pressure.
I really hope so.
One thing that I found is obviously you can't worry about every individual person, but sometimes you can think of large groups of people as one whole person. And you think about what would make that person happy. And even though it's a group of people, it helps my brain organize it better. I know there are a group of people that need this one thing. So to me, they become the farmer. I know the farmer. I know what they need. And then there are the priest. I know what the priest needs. I know what she needs, and I can get that for her, even though it's a group. I don't know. It helps my brain compartmentalize it. And it's not as overwhelming when it's like 9 people as opposed to 900,000 people.
No, that's really smart. Because I don't even know how many people. I can't even fathom a number.
It's been a while since there's been a census in these parts, but as of about 10 years ago, it was maybe 450,000 people, almost 500,000.
Thank you, even though that did not help Bianca.
Insight check. That's a 21. Does she realize that Bianca's not better?
That did not help. That was like being like, oh, okay. I'm afraid to jump off this cliff. Oh, it's okay. It's only 1,000 feet to fall. Like,
no. It's okay because as of the last census data, there were a lot of people that were leaving the Old Kingdom due to the crippling state of not just the economy, but the crippling infrastructure. There are lots of people leaving. I mean, there's probably like 200,000 people left.
For real? Shut it.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's not your fault that you are very smart and you know things. That's just a fact. It's not the fact that you gave me the fact that made me stressed out. It was just the fact, okay?
Okay. Can I just make one small point?
Yes.
Technically, it is my fault because I'm the one who studied, so I'm the reason why I know the thing. The rest of your point still stands. I just wanted to get that out.
No, that's not.
Okay,
We
I
have a lot
understand
of
that
work
kind of
to
falls.
do.
Okay, all right. Sorry. I don't
With
mean to keep
you.
talking over you. Oh my goodness, I keep doing it. I'm sorry.
You're really funny, though.
And she just looks. She's like, I don't want to talk over you again. So she just smiles and nods, like. Mhm.
Why don't we help Cecily with her money issue? Because that's something tangible that we can solve today, instead of these things that we can't solve right now.
I like small problems. Small problems
Me
are
too.
nice. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
She'll pat Suna on the back. That was a workout.
Suna will kind of like. She'll like do one of those as you go to like touch her.
Oh, wait, like she shudders?
Not shudders, but like touch is not a. You can tell
Sorry.
that touch isn't a thing that she likes. She says, "No, it's okay. If you tell me beforehand, then it's fine." But
Okay.
okay,
I'll keep that in mind. Thank
Okay.
you.
okay,
All right.
all right. Money issue.
Yeah.
as you walk in on Cecily and Suni, Suni's like rolling on the floor laughing as Cecily is just in her best impression of Thor juggling.
Yeah.
Bianca, you got. Oh my god, you walked in at the right time.
And Cecily's gonna change most of the way back, but keep the beard. So she'll just be like 5'2" Cecily with the long blonde beard.
I'm telling you, it's good shit. You should keep it.
Yeah, how do you feel about this? You know, just for like a day.
I like it.
It's a good look.
Ooh, what if I... Oh, would it be weird if I had like 2 braids? Is that too much
No.
braid?
No.
Maybe I could do like a knot.
Some people have lots of braids, so I think 2 would be fine.
Yo, wait, hold up. I don't even have to actually do it. And she'll wave her hands again and make like... It now the beard has like 9 mini braids in it. Like the Nordic, like all those little things.
Mm.
You guys missed Cecily's Brennan Fisher impression, and it was the fucking best. It was hilarious.
We'll
I'm
bring
really
it out
sad for you.
tonight.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much ready.
Well, maybe don't. This isn't the right. I don't know how much they know about Summer's Rest, but
Oh.
Nah, it's the wrong crowd.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not me. We just gotta stay away from political humor here. You know, I get it. Fucking uptight little... No, oh, sorry.
You'll just have to save your best routines for us. I mean, it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
There are crowds that can take a joke and don't hate poor people. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna keep the beard. I'm gonna go to the bank.
yeah. Do you want help with that? Suna and I can help you.
I'm gonna need it. I wasn't even gonna ask. I'm surprised you trust me at all.
Okay. To the bank.
To the bank. To the bank. Okay. So.
Well, you know what? Let's knock on Morwin and Caracella's door too.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see if they want to come to the bank.
Trip.
Why not? Make it a family outing.
Bank.
Let's do it.
It's fun to go to the bank. Okay, so you head to the bank,
Yeah.
the copper storeroom. You can see that there are a collection of individuals within the bank. As soon as you enter, there are these 2. So, like I said, there is a large plain stone building that is like a cube in the middle of right across the street from the inn. And as you enter, there is just this tension to the whole area where this bank is as finely tuned as a harp. there are just so many people that are just walking around in neat, nice little lines holding books. They're all wearing these very, very, very nice outfits, buttoned jackets, these incredibly nice silk pants, these high boots. Everyone just in their proper place, like nice little cogs in a machine. As you approach one of the tellers, you can see that it is a older human woman, her hair pulled back tight, almost that it's like lifting up her eyebrows with how tight her hair is being pulled back into this knot at the back of her head. And as you approach, she says, "Welcome to the copper storeroom. Is there something I can help you with today? Would you like to open an account or make an investment?"
I'm actually helping my friend here. She's come into quite a bit of money, but we can't always use it in how large it kind of comes in each piece. So we would like to break it down into something that's a little bit more usable. Cecily, if you want to put your coin purse up here.
Let's see.
All right, and she'll
Bianca, right as you finish your sentence, the woman is looking and nodding, right, very plain on her face, and you can hear a very shrill voice say, "Richka, you get away from there. I'll handle them. You've got other things you need to do." And you can see rounding a corner behind the teller's bench, there is this gnomish woman that rounds the corner, wearing very similar attire, very fancy, very tight. She has these long, curly locks of stark white hair. And you can tell that she is just tense. All of the tension of all of the people doing their job exactly where they should, the epicenter of that tension is this woman. Wherever she goes, everything gets cleaner and tighter around her. And she walks and she like sort of steps up this, you can hear this like clinking of gears underneath the counter as these steps are pulled out from the countertop as she steps up and says, "What was it again you needed?"
We would just like to break down the money into so we have platinum and we like to break it down into smaller pieces like gold, silver, and copper.
Very well. Who's the one with this money? I'm assuming it's not you. I believe it was. And you can see she pauses a little bit there and then turns to Cecily. I believe you were the one that was pulling out the coin purse, correctly? Correct? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
She'll go ahead and on the counter.
Thank you. Huh. If I were not mistaken, I would believe these coins were minted in Bromsgrove. Is that correct?
I'm pretty sure. I don't really. Yeah.
It looks like it. We are traveling with some Children of the Flame from Bromsgrove, so would make sense.
Very well. Well, luckily for you, being of the central Salamander, luckily all of the coins minted and created in this region of the world are minted and created to the same weight. So luckily there isn't a difference in exchange rate. So you're very lucky. You see, what I found is those coins of Ivarian mint, they tend to be lighter than others. So much so that we've stopped taking Ivarian coin here, as it's, well, their standards are lacking, to say the least. So, you have how many platinum pieces here? 150, 200?
Yes, 200.
200, good. What would you like it converted into? Would you like all of it converted into gold for 2,000 gold pieces? All of it into silver? All of it into copper? I don't know if I'd recommend copper, unless you plan to invest some of it here.
We'll skip the investing thing. I think I'll just take most of it in gold and the rest of it in silver. You know, just in case I got to throw a silver piece at, for food or whatever.
Very well. What we can do is... let's do enough to pave your way through here for just this amount. We'll say 200 silver pieces. We can do that easily. And then we shall do the rest in gold. So that would be 1,980 gold.
Nice.
There you go.
Just while there's a bunch of big money talk, can I just get a vibe just to like make sure that no one's, breaking up ears at,
How much money?
platinum? Yeah, because there's a lot of money being thrown around and it makes me nervous.
Yeah, sure. So specifically, if there is like shady business practices happening here.
Just more so like if anyone's paying like specific attention to us. Like I know a lot of people have eyes on Bianca. Well, I guess trying to not have eyes on Bianca.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, just to see if anyone's like tuning into what's happening here.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check. So as you're looking around, you can see that as she's making the change and she's counting out the coins for you, Cecily, she says, "Now, young lady, please do not mistake my intention here, but you, mustn't be older than 16, 17 years old?"
Yep. What about it?
Well, a young woman such as yourself, you have to understand the importance of opening an investment account at your young age. You see, think about it. If you open an investment account now, you put away 15 silver pieces. You invest it into some type of property or some type of company in the nation of Bella Clara that is no doubt going to stay long, alive, and prosperous for many, many, many years. You have to understand that 15 silver pieces can turn into hundreds of thousands of gold pieces by the time you eventually wish to retire and live the rest of your days out in the countryside. Then no longer do you have to worry about working at all, or adventuring, as I suppose you and your group must do. After all, you have to understand, I'm sure you do from the scars and bruises, how dangerous adventuring can be.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. Trust me. Look, I get what you're saying. I don't know. I think we might have a couple of different priorities. I'm just not looking to be part of a system like this. Kind of looking to be on the road for a bit, doing cool shit. Might need it to buy some ancient magic thingy we find.
See, that's the best part of all. You have 200 silver pieces on you now. On average, any meal within the nation of Bella Clara will run you a silver or two. So even if you pay for all of your friends, every single meal, every single night, at every single tavern, that's enough money for, 60, 70 meals? You put away 15 silver pieces today. You leave it by. We invest it in, say, the ruby mines of the wilds. Something that is long to be prosperous for quite some time. I take down your name, your home city, and then at any bank in the nation of Bella Clara, at any point after the investment has been returned to you and has made a profit, at any point, you can take your money out and use it for whatever you wish. All it takes is the 15 silver pieces today.
Tell you what, I'll think about it. I'll ask the grown-ups. Might be back. And other than that, she'll just kind of gather whatever has been made out of the gold and silver and start getting ready to go.
All right. Well, with that, Carasilla, with your perception check, as you're looking around, you can see the workers here are probably the first group of people that have not lingered on Bianca almost at all, where they are so focused on doing their work due to this woman's presence that maybe a small glance every now and then, but nobody seems to be looking to see how much money you have. There doesn't seem to, at least as far as you can tell, seem to be any nefarious qualities to any one person's personality or actions.
Okay, just wanted to check. I don't want us to get robbed.
Yeah.
Cecily, as you pick everything up, the older gnomish woman says, "Well, if you do come back, make sure you ask to speak to me. Nina Dovan. It was great to meet you. Your name was, Miss?"
Cecily.
Cecily.
Yeah.
Well, Cecily, it was great to make your acquaintance. Please remember what I said. Make the investment at a younger age. The return is exponential. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and enjoy the rest of your stay in Richka.
She'll just give kind of a as polite of a nod as she can do. And we'll go ahead and head out.
Okay. All right. So with that,
Nice.
you exit out of the copper storeroom, back out in to the village of Richka. As you exit out into the village of Richka, you can see that there still is a large group of people that are just sort of meandering in and out of the city, of different buildings. At this point now, maybe 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You can see that there is a small group of individuals making their way into the city just now. And in fact, Carasilla and Morwen would both recognize these types of individuals. In fact, all of you do. So,
Who are they?
as you exit the copper storeroom, and you look to the east, you can see a collection of what look to be children of the flame. None that you recognize directly, Morwen and Carasilla, but children of the flame regardless. Entering at a hurried pace, and immediately as soon as they begin looking and scanning around, they make contact with the group, and they immediately begin to pick up pace towards all of you. And I would say that Morwen, Carasilla, being who you are and considering the things that you know, you would be able to recognize at least the one leading them. Not the one leading them, but you would recognize that the person who's at the front of the line is a senior kindled. So you know that much at least from the amount of embering coming off of their cloak. You can see that the person leading them is a middle-aged, half-elven woman. She has some streaks of white in her hair, but her face still appears to be ageless, that incredibly smooth skin of a lighter yellow hue, indicating maybe a high-elf lineage of some kind. And as she approaches, she is sort of out of breath, and she says, "I'm sorry to approach you in such a way as this, but if I am understanding correctly from the letters I was given, you too are Morwen and Carasilla and Cecily and Bianca and Suni, correct?"
Yes, is everything all right?
More than all right. Very, very relieved to have found you. I am Senior Kindled King. Aurelia King. It is a great pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've only ever heard stories, truth be told. Well, I was told that this may be a shock to you to find out, so I was told to lead with this. This letter here is for all of you from the new Lightbearer. Lightbearer Hrothgar Almer. Here.
This should be good.
And just for all transparency, Lightbearer Almer allowed me to read the contents of the letter that he was sending. But I'll let you do so. And as the two of you open the letter, you can see that there's nothing written on the inside, at least in ink. There are these light runes that kind of glow as soon as you break the seal and open. And specifically into the two of you, Carasilla and Morwen, you hear a message play in your head.
I'm not sure if this letter will make it to you. I hope it does. Because things are changing rather quickly. I know it is a lot to ask of either one of you, or of both of you. But I find myself in a dire position. Of those cindered who served under Dorian, most were corrupt, serving the Dark One or some other Dark Master. So many of them I am unable to count on. I don't know if it is something that you would be willing to do. But I hope you can understand that I know that I've made mistakes. But the best thing I can do for the children of the Flame, for the people of Illica, is to get someone on my side that I know that I can count on. Someone who, after I'm gone, should anything happen to me, could take my place. I know that either one of the two of you could do that. If that's something you'd be willing to do, I would be forever in your debt. I hope this letter finds you well. May the light guide you in whatever path you choose. P.S. Tell Suni I still feel bad about that whole thing. Thanks.
Morgan will just look over to Carasilla, kind of trying to get a read, not expecting this when she woke up this morning.
I mean, very much doing the same, just looking back at you, kind of like cocked eyebrow.
I know it is a lot to ask for either one of you to depart, or both of you. But you have to understand it. I just received word, maybe a little bit less than a week ago. There are dark friends everywhere. There was a small village in Iverion that was, for lack of a better word, oozing corruption. There was a group there that was able to help stop it, but not without casualties and things that we discovered. One of the cindered, that Hrothgar told me all of you had a history with Draven Hunt was proven to be a dark friend. A servant. As far as we know, he was dealt with. But Hrothgar is in desperate need of people he can count on, and from what I heard, you were one of the few people that lived, that fought against the Dark One's forces and lived. Well, I will be waiting outside of town for whatever decision you make, but we all understand this is a difficult decision. thank you for your service, both of you, and everything that all of you have done. May the light guide your way. And puts a fist to the opposite side of their chest, the opposite side of their chest of their heart, covering the emblem of the Children of the Flame and bowing their head slightly as the rest of the Children of the Flame, a small group, maybe 9 or 10, as they exit outside of town.
Oh. I mean, we're not actually considering this, are we?
I mean, I'll consider it as much as you, but seeing how Hrothgar acts, and judging by the letter, if he's heart not in it, feels to be the wrong term, but he's done his dues.
Yeah.
You would do great, Morn.
What?
You would do great.
Well, I mean, we'd both be going, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we?
Kind of look back at the others awkwardly, and then just back at Morn. I think we both know there's a reason why we haven't been in Brovskov as of late.
Yeah, but I can't go without you.
Well, you know, you can think of it as being a head start, right? I'll be back. The Mirtmon would have another thing coming if he thinks he can separate the two of us.
Morn looks very, very torn about this. What we've been doing ever since we joined this group, it's been important. We can both stay here. Maybe that's the better decision.
Maybe, but Children of the Flame are important, you know that. They're needed. They mean something. With everything that's going on, they're needed more now than ever. I know you don't believe that that can just be abandoned. And if there needs to be a new light bearer, then I don't see a better person to do it.
So, Morin knows Carasilla very well. Like, is she being, like, 100% honest, or is she kind of saying it to kind of get Morin to go, but it's not how she actually feels?
Yeah, I mean, you could tell it's a struggle.
Okay.
Yeah, very much that whole thing of just, like, Morn would be able to tell this is very much front.
I think Morn will reach out and she'll take one of Carasilla's hands in between both of hers and just kind of like lift it up while looking at her in the eyes. If you say it, I'll be done. I'll quit. I'll stay with you. Just say the word. It's done. I won't look back.
You know I'm not saying it. It's why we've been here for so long, right? You're good at this. You love this.
I love you more.
And then you would know that want what's best for you, Morn. Don't let me be the one to drag you away from that.
You've only ever pushed me to be the best I can be. All you've ever done is inspire me. Every day.
What do you think I've done that for then, eh? It's because I know how much potential you have, Morn. And I am so glad I've been able to be there for you when I have. And maybe that's all just been leading up to this moment, eh?
Definitely some tears starting to form in Morwen's eyes, and she'll kind of reach up and rub them away. And she'll look to the rest of the group. What do you all think?
You're a part of us. But you're also a big part of the Children of the Flame. You both live with that, both of you, and I respect any decision either of you make, but I don't want to see you go.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm the oathless one here. I'm not gonna pretend I know what that's like. But, as tired as I am of people needing to go, I can see how much all of it means to you. You know, the pride and the tenets that you follow and the mission and the soldiers you had. And, you know, before the two of you got here, we had that other guy that got pulled away. As much as I want him back, all the time, I think I understand now, ever since we went to Fjordaleth, that sometimes there are things that you just have to go through. Your friends will be there, and they'll be waiting for you to get back, but if this is your thing, then you have to go do your thing. And we'll still be here. I am not dying a second time, I fucking promise. That's it. I can't make the choice for you, but that's what I got.
Listen, I know that I'm just a head on a waistband, so, do with it what you will. I knew Hrothgar before everything that happened on that temple. And I heard about what he did up there. And I think Hrothgar needs someone like you in his corner. He's a strong person, he's a great fighter, he's a great tactician, but he needs someone with a bit more of a level head. Make sure he doesn't make a mistake.
That's very true.
As much as it breaks my heart, deserve it. Hrothgar, definitely someone to keep him in check. Can't think of anything better. He will walk up.
Walk up and what, Cameron?
You cut out.
Did I cut out? Walk up and give her a very, very big hug.
Oh.
Morn will return it. No hesitation.
Yeah, Bianca will, following Suni, give Morwen a hug. You're still part of us. Okay?
Yeah. Always.
Cecily will pluck off one of the flowers, the flower buds wrapped around her arm. Yeah, this isn't going to last long, but you can find these everywhere if you look. So, just look for them. It'll be like a metaphor or something. We'll be out there.
She'll take it, just kind of nod and give a small smile. She'll look back to Carousella.
You will do great, you know that, right?
Yeah. I won't let you down.
I don't know if you could. Just make me prouder than I already am of you. I think you need to do this, Morwen. I know I'm always failing out at the last minute on these kind of things, but you'll do great.
Do you remember when we were in Bromsgrove and we went to talk to Dorian for the first time? But when we went back in time, oh god, not this again. When we went to talk to him, when we went back in time, I told him that I looked up to him and he inspired me. But it always goes back to you. No one ever made me want to be better, more worthy, more anything than you. All all I ever wanted to do. Was proof that I was worthy of having a sister as good as you.
Oh, stop it. And she's just gonna grab you in for a big old bear hug.
No, Morin will give you a bear hug.
Fuck off, mine's a barrier hug.
You have to promise under no circumstances is goodbye for any of you.
Of course not.
Better not be. I'm still
It won't
counting
be.
on you.
No, I feel like I really need to get to know you more because you are like really cool. And this is a lot of emotion happening right now, and I feel weird standing near it, but also it's so beautiful that I want to be closer. So like, if I could get to know you more later, that would be really, really awesome. Because you just have a lot of power, and I think that's really cool.
Truer words than that have never been spoken.
Yeah, you got away with words sooner.
Oh, you think so? Thank you.
Yeah. Took me a whole 3 minutes to slowly stumble my expression.
No, yours was great.
Oh, okay, thanks.
If you want to learn more about me, yeah, I've no one better than this one right here. And pat Carousel on the shoulder.
So where'd she get the axe from?
Wow, this is so not the time.
Sorry, you just said if I wanted to know anything. I've been curious. Sorry.
Well, we can. We'll do it in a sec.
Okay.
Or later, maybe tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I don't know. We'll see how Carousel is feeling.
I'll reconvene with Hrothgar. I'll make sure he's not doing anything crazy, and we'll make the Dark One fight for every inch of ground.
Don't let him smash anyone's head into...
Yeah.
Unless it's like a dark friend, then that's fair game.
By the way, he did say he was sorry about that.
Ah! Fuck that. In the best way. I mean, not the best way. Oh, okay. I'm gonna shut up now. Dragonborn
You can
can't
see-
have sex. Boom.
You can see Suna cackles at that. Oh.
Morin glances at the camera. And
Oh my goodness. Oh, Suna, you should make more jokes like that. That was really funny. Mm.
And
Thanks.
Carousel will just very, not aggressively is the wrong word, but very strongly, push Mormon to, arm's length, hands on both shoulders, and give her a very stern look. And now, if you are going back to Bromsgrove, I do expect that you're not just going to keep yourself all kept away with the Children of the Flame. Just remember to enjoy things, alright? And get out once in a while, please. I know this is a lot. I know it will be a lot, and I know how you get. But don't forget to enjoy things, you know? Take Kaylin out somewhere, you know?
Yeah, Taylor boy.
He's as bad as you are with getting your head stuck in things, and, well, I don't want to hear anything about that.
I wouldn't be mad if you maybe did sending on occasion just to make sure I keep that
every
promise.
night. Every night I'll
Promise.
ensure it.
Promise?
Of course. As long as I'm able to.
I'll make sure Mom and Dad know you're okay. Pass on your love. And one other thing. And Morin reaches back and she'll pull out her bag of 200 platinum and put it in Caracella's hands. Don't fight me on this. Please.
I think she very deliberately bites her tongue. Uh, but we'll just grab it. And you are going to be okay, right?
I'm Mormon Dulski. I face down Odin. And am I not okay?
Not the bravest soul out there.
Oh, I was terrified. I was so certain I was going to die, and then he shot me, and it felt like my insides. Oh, that was a bad day.
Hey, I'm gonna be really honest with you, Gerlo. You're looking a lot better than I am after facing down Odin, so consider yourself lucky, alright?
Sorry, that was inconsiderate of me.
No, you're fine. I mean, between you and me, I'm happy that I'm in this position and you're in that position. I couldn't imagine if the tables were turned. I'd be a lot less useful. Well, I'm still not very useful, but hey, you're more useful.
And at that moment, we'll actually kind of like take a knee and just kind of like, lean her forehead against Mimir's.
Bianca's just like moving her arm out of the way.
Man. Thanks for what you've done.
Oh, aye.
It's enough.
Oh. Thank you, lass. I appreciate it.
And Lauren will stand up and she'll just look around to all of you. Let's make sure the Dark One doesn't know what hit him. Yeah?
Oh, yeah. He should be really scared.
I think it's time. I think the longer I wait, the harder it'll be to do.
Yeah.
I'll see you soon. I'm sure of it.
Talk sooner.
Yeah. Give our Gleeman some good stories to tell while you're out there.
Are the armed sword things? I don't know what they're called. In the bag of holding. I know that's not really in detail.
Oh, the
But-
patas?
Yes.
Yeah, they would have been, yeah.
Okay. Not Desmond. Suni. I think that's the first time I've ever done that. Anyway,
Yeah.
Suni takes them out of the bag, and will hand them to Morwen, and then kind of grab her arm and pull her just a little bit out of earshot. He's gonna lean in and whisper. Never said you are
What?
just better than. I've never said this to anybody, but you are just better than. You're faster and stronger and way, way cooler, and I will never say it to anyone else again. But I needed you to know that.
The title I will wear with honor.
Go
Because
kick
you're
some ass.
100% right. And she'll kind of like
Yeah.
slap the shoulder.
Ouch.
But Suni, next time I see you, let's have a real spar.
Hell yeah.
Suni's
I'm
gonna
scared
die.
shitless already, but I'm ready.
We'll clear a courtyard, make sure there's no collateral damage.
Be good. I look forward to.
I just imagine Spider-Man fighting the Green Goblin from No Way Home.
Spoilers.
That was a great scene. He was in the trailer anyway. I'm not gonna get into this. Glancing towards Cecily. Remember what I told you. Figure out what you want and go for it. Because more often than not, I regretted the things I didn't do more than the things I did. Even when it blew up in my face.
And it has twice.
Yeah, it has. Probably more than that.
I'll remember.
Looking over towards Bianca. You're really not going to bother with morning training once I'm gone, are you?
No,
And kind of like
I will.
jokingly with a smile.
I will, but you're gonna have to test me when we see each other again. I don't know if I'll be quite up to your standards. But I think Carasilla can help me.
That's
I
fair
wouldn't
to
count
the
on
rest.
that. I think you've always exceeded my expectations, Bianca.
She's gonna tear up a little bit at that.
No, don't do that or I'm going to start crying again.
Sorry, it's just been a very overwhelming, fucking, week. And now this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't
Get it.
stop at weak, but
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah. Suna.
Is that Suna?
Yeah, that was
I
Suna.
love Suna so much.
She's the best. Oh my god.
sure, it's been hard for her too. We don't know.
It has. She's also a princess and blah blah blah. Anyway. Yeah, Bianca will kind of blink away her tears, hands on her hips, and she's like, I'm really excited to see you again. You're gonna do amazing things.
And all of you stay in touch. Anything you need, if I have to twist Hrothgar's arm again to get it, I'll try and get it done.
Right back
If
to
you need me,
you.
I'll
I
come
mean,
running.
you need a thing from. I tail it. Some of us literally. Right up to Brown.
Yeah, no questions asked.
And looking back to Carasilla, she'll walk over again and just give another hug. I love you.
Love you too.
And she'll hold it for a long time before finally letting go. I'm just looking at her. There's so much more I want to say.
Well, then you'll have to just tell it to me later, right?
Yeah. And kind of tightening her bag over her shoulder, Morn will just give every one of you, including this girl whose name I keep forgetting.
It's Suna.
But I didn't say that out loud.
I feel like she just would have said that. You didn't have to ask. She was just like, we haven't known each other for long, but thank you for the hug.
So
Under the
funny.
assumption.
Or it's like, yeah, I knew that. Glances
We
at
have
the
a
camera
lot
again.
to work on with Suna. Oh my god.
Let her be how she is.
She needs confidence.
You hug nice.
Oh my god. Now she's giving Tina from Bob's Burgers vibes.
I want to slap Morwen. I just want to slap her face. I just want to slap Morwen.
That's Louise, but
Oh, sorry. It's been a while
Yeah,
since I.
learn your fucking Bob's Burgers,
Oh my god!
bro.
I'm sorry. This has been an emotional day.
Oh my god.
We beat him, but
Alrighty.
Yeah, Morin will take a step back and just look at everyone one more time. Till next we meet. And she'll turn and just start walking in the direction of the Children of the Flame.
Alrighty. So Morwen, as you do, you eventually break away from the small, quaint buildings and homes of Richka, making your way out into the wilderness, flanked on each side by the roads. As you make your way back to senior kindled Aurelia King, you can see she smiles to see you, but then frowns at the realization and doesn't decide to comment on it, knowing from the redness of your eyes that not the best idea, and she just tries to spark up a bit more of a positive attitude. And she looks to you and says, so, she kind of stands up and brushes the dirt off of her armor and cloak. Have you ever been to Iverian before?
I don't think she had. Has she? Don't remember in all the places they've been sent. Have they been to Iverion?
Nope.
Oh. I can't say that I have.
Well, that's where the Lightbearer is now, handling some issues in that town I was talking of. There's apparently other Dark One activity in Tarkir as well. So we're gonna rendezvous in a small town by the name of Sandpoint on one of the isles in Iverian. There is a lord there who is allowing us to stay and group up there. And, well, with time we'll head out in larger number to Tarkir. Queen Elizabeth Oman herself has reached out for assistance. So, big things ahead.
Is there do they have like a horse for Morn, or is this like a walking thing?
No, they have horses outside of town, and there is a horse for Morwen.
I think Morn would just kind of like nod, and like as we're going, riding next to the. Sorry, you said she was cindered or senior kindled?
Senior kindled.
I think after a little bit of time, Morn would kind of look over to her as they're riding. How much have you heard about my sister and I?
Oh, well, from Hrothgar, we heard about everything that you did with Odin in Fjardeleth.
He's not expecting an apology, is he?
No, not at all, not at all. In fact, no, he has been very, he's very honest about his temperament when it comes to most things. And I think that one thing that he recognizes is that he needs people that are surrounding him that will make sure he doesn't do something like that again. I did hear one thing, though, about you, if you don't mind me asking.
And Morn just kind of gives like a go-ahead look, like this should be good.
And please forgive me if I am overstepping or if this isn't true. I promise I mean no offense. Do you happen to be Blood Moon?
Morn just kind of like shuts her eyes. Of course.
And with that...
No, wait, I got one thing.
Oh, okay,
sorry.
okay, no, you're fine.
So yeah, after a brief conversation about that,
Mm-hmm.
like when things kind of get a little bit like, not like it was tense, but unawkward, whatever.
Yeah.
Normal, I guess would be the word for that.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be the word.
A state I'm not quite familiar with.
I think Morn would just kind of like casually say, those people that we left behind, my sister and the others. What we're doing is important, but I think they're the ones that are going to save us. A world that's surrounded by so much dark. Beacons of light they are. some of the greatest people I've ever known. So,
I'm sure they feel the same way about you.
Then let's work hard to make sure we all have a chance.
Exactly. Before we know it, the final battle will be here. And we have to hope that all the pieces fall into place, and if everything I've heard about them is true, and I've heard about you is true, I feel like we're in good hands.
I spoke to Lightbearer Dorian once. I was riddled with all the guilt surrounded by the death of those at Delner's Pass, the massacres in Bromsgrove. I asked him if this is what it meant to be a servant of the light, to suffer and lose so much, all for a chance. All for a chance. Let's make sure we do our part. And she'll continue writing.
You write off. She does say, I don't know if you've heard too much about the Children of the Flame since your conflict with Odin, but ever since Delner's Pass, ever since what happened in Iverion, people have been coming to the Children of the Flame in droves. Normal people can tell something wrong is happening. And they can tell that the Children of the Flame, people like you, people like your friends, they're the ones that are going to make the difference. And they want to be there to help. So whatever the Dark One thought he was doing in Delner's Pass, he may have won that battle, but I promise you, Morwen, he has not won the war. So with that, riding off east and then south towards Iverion, knowing that the numbers of the Children of the Flame are growing exponentially faster than they ever have before, knowing that your sister is in good hands, knowing that she and your friends will continue to do good, while you head off on your own mission. You are sad, there's no doubt about it. But you're hopeful that maybe in this far-off region of the world, you can help make a difference where someone might not have been able to before. With that, as Morwen rides off towards Iverion and towards Lightbearer Hrothgar Almer, that is where we're going to go ahead and take our break.
Hey, Joe?
Yeah.
Can I say something as Ryan before we part for a break?
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, I'm not in the session past this point. I'm not in the campaign past this point, unfortunately. So I will be hopping out of the call here shortly. But wanted to thank every single one of you for allowing me to come in partway through the campaign to create probably the coolest character I've ever created in D&D and let me live out my superpower fantasies of being a super soldier.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. Morwen's absolutely the coolest character I've ever created. Like, no, like, Mornast was cool, but Morwen's so fucking cool.
Yeah. She is.
But, for letting me join you on this adventure, for having some laughs, for having some good cries, for making better friends, just thank you for letting me be a part of it. Gemma, you know I love you, so, you know, thanks for letting me be with you for this much. I will still I'll be friends. This isn't goodbye, but in terms of the game, just thank you for having me.
Mhm.
It's been awesome.
As your DM, Ryan, in 2 games and now a third game is starting very shortly
Yeah.
in the next several weeks. I'll definitely miss Morwen as a character. You're great as Morwen, and your creativity when it comes to that fucking axe, I will definitely miss. You
And
let
the
me
boots.
and the boots. You let me live out my fantasy of just having Kratos in my game. So thank you.
Hell yeah. All right, that was all I wanted to say.
Okay.
For
Thank you for playing with us.
Thank you. You will be so missed.
If you decide you can come back and you quit your job, come back.
Okay, I will keep that in mind.
All right.
There's always room for you at the table.
You don't need to eat.
you.
Just play D&D. It's fine.
Yeah.
I can pay
Exactly.
you several dirty pennies a month.
Great.
I think
That's
if
what
we
got.
all chip in, we can maybe make sure Ryan's not homeless. But that's all we can do.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
And maintain your Wi-Fi connection, because clearly.
Yeah, that
but
would be necessary. Yeah.
I'll just make my roommate pay for it.
Perfect.
There you go. All right. Okay. All right. Well, we'll be right back, everybody, in a couple minutes, so I can get some water and find my emotional calm.
yeah.
Same.
BRB. And we're back. Banana. Banana. Okay.
Banana.
So, picking up where we left off. Our group of adventurers find themselves outside the small village of Richka. They can hear the sounds of people chatting behind them a fair distance into the city, into the town. The sound of rivers and streams cutting through the local areas. Every once in a while, bells ringing from the wind. As they look off into the distance, as their friend Morwen mounts a horse next to the Children of the Flame and begins to head south towards Iverion and whatever adventures may await her there. There is a heartbreak that happens in those moments, but sadly, all of you know you still have a job to do, things you still need to accomplish. So, you look out longingly to the direction she left, and you begin to turn to head back into the village. Not before, I would say, Carasilla, you'd be the first to notice it, and then the rest of the party. Carasilla, you just hear a light bzzz, 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 just this faint buzzing noise. Bzzz, 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 bzzz. Till eventually, there is a small, what looks to be, bee that floats around towards all of you. Bzz, 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 bzz. Lingers there for a moment, and then flies away.
Do we see what direction it flew towards?
Yeah, it flew further into the city.
No!
Yeah, I mean, probably we've had to deal with this shit before, so worryingly haste after where it's gone, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. You follow after it, chasing this small bee, till eventually you make your way further into the city, until eventually you get to the eastern end where the city ends. Maybe just a 15-20 minute walk until after bobbing and weaving through all those people, eventually as you get to the other end of the city, you seemingly have lost track of where the bee went. I'd like all of you to make a perception check real quick to see if you you're able to follow where it's
Chip.
14.
14.
10!
10.
4 plus whatever my modifier is, but I don't have that page pulled up. So I'm trying to.
8. So, probably not.
Okay. Carasilla, you said 14?
Yeah.
Okay. With the 14, you eventually do lock back eyes with it. Kind of flew down around this smaller hill, and then it's floating back up. And oddly enough, Carasilla, you see the small bee floating up and flying like normal, and then stop in midair and just fall onto the ground, motionless, just dead in a heartbeat.
And what's still around us? Like, are we still, like, surrounded by the general towniness?
You're on the edge of the town right now.
Okay.
So it's behind you, but in front of you is just more rivers and small trees sparsely planted, and every once in a while you can see one of those stones jutting out of the ground.
God, we can never be anywhere that they're not.
Is there any sign, like, or I guess why the bee just, like, dropped dead? I don't know if it dropped dead, but, like, just, like, dropped out of the sky.
Um,
Oh wait, can we go look at it?
yeah, you saw
If
where it
Carousel-
fell. If you want to go take a peek-see.
Yeah. Is it like a real bee? A mutant bee?
Is it a robot?
I mean, before, if Bianca's, like, making it clear that she wants to do an approached thing,
Yeah.
not trusting this at all, I'm gonna just do a quick dispel magic just at the spot where I guess it would have landed, like where it reached before dropping.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so you do a quick dispel magic, and it doesn't seem like there's any innate effect that it undid. At least as far as you can tell, unless it was something very small, very passive. But it's a good safety measure regardless. Bianca, as you approach, go ahead and make an investigation check in general of the bee.
That's a better step. Well, unless I roll low, 11.
Okay, 11. Delicately, you look around the area and seeing that the bee is motionless, knowing that it has really no way, but very obviously seeing how it dropped and fell, confident that it is dead, you pick it up. And as you do, the bee, when it was flying in front of your face just moments ago, was as live and as hardy as any other living creature or insect or anything you may come across. But as soon as you pick it up, it's like from the inside out, it is decaying and dissolving, as if there was some unnatural magic that was keeping this creature alive that has now ceased, as it eventually just turns from the form that it is. It pales and grays till eventually it cracks and begins to fall apart.
Sorry, there's a siren.
That's okay.
She'll kind of bring that information back to the party, and since we're kind of on the outskirts of town, she'll just say, I think we need to keep moving. I think this is a warning sign. This was definitely Wicker's. It was decaying from the inside out. I don't know what natural bee would do that. I don't know how soon my parents will be able to get here, but I think once they do, we should just keep moving.
Sounds got weird vibe. I'm sorry, that's not something a medieval fantasy character would say.
Vibes are wrong.
I don't speak fantasy, so you're fine.
I don't mean to, as Suna pipes up, I've heard a couple of things the past 20 minutes, and I have some questions.
Oh my god, Suna. Oh.
Sorry. They can wait, I suppose.
No. No, it's
I didn't
fine.
mean to frighten you.
No, please, I don't mean to dismiss you sooner. We will gladly talk later, but something's definitely wrong about this. I don't like that it's gone to the edge here. There's nothing here for it to have come to, then I worry that it was meant to be going out of somewhere. And if it's the town, I mean, it flew right in front of us and then left. Hostilities of this town or not, I wouldn't want anything to happen to it. So perhaps questions later and maybe a bit of poking around first.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good idea. I think the barkeep would probably know a lot, actually, seeing people who come in and out and seeing the more strange, whatever they deem as strange, being around the town. And being a small town, it doesn't seem like they get too much foot traffic. So if something does stand out, maybe they would have noticed.
I guess before we head back, would want to give a bit of more of a proper scan this area. Like, there doesn't seem to be any, like, weird concealed things or anything out here.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Oh, that's a nat 20.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
With a natural 20. So what's the total?
The total would have been B, because it's plus 10, right? So
Yeah.
then 36.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, yeah. So with a 36, you meander a little bit further outside of the city limits, where the sounds of the town specifically begin to fade a little bit. And you make your way to a thicker patch of trees, sort of clustered away from the hundreds of rivers cutting through this entire area. As you make your way over in that direction, this is something that caught your eye from a distance. There were these small, like, clumps of something attached to the trees, this close to the town. And you approach, and you can see what looks to be like these wasps or like hornet nests. But something is very strange. The moment you begin to panic, ready to run, you can see that there's almost like ash or soot kind of like leaking out of them. As you approach even closer, they kind of crack open and fall off of the trees, the innards spilling out. All of these hundreds of dead wasps and hornets that immediately begin to crunch and turn to ash and dust, just kind of fading away.
Let's kind of point this out to everyone else.
Do we know enough about Wicker, or at least how the other 13 have, like, their realm kind of work? Like, is this coming across more like a warning sign, or more like was in the area and is no longer here, which is why these things are dying? Like, they're left over, but his control over them is, like, gone. Can we ascertain that at all?
I'll say make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Yeah.
17.
17? Okay. It definitely more so looks like whatever magic was keeping them consistent and keeping them there is no longer there. So whether that be because he left the area, or something else, that more so looks to be what it is, as opposed to a warning.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, she'll kind of relay that, and she'll say it could be that he was here, or it could be that he's moving on to something else and in the area and doesn't need this, whatever these were, anymore. So at least it seems like he's not actively pursuing us, at least at the moment. But that doesn't mean he's not here, or anyone else with him.
I think it might be a good idea to go ask some questions around town then. Hopefully get a better idea of what's happened.
You know, I just almost forgot about this whole thing. People.
Yeah.
Well, whatever we do, I think we're on the clock. That one that buzzed around us before it fell, maybe it was, I don't know, a spy or something. That's a thing some people can do, right? See through other creatures far away?
That is, actually. Maybe he saw us and that's why he's moving, too. Maybe that's what we're witnessing.
Well, however important it is what we're doing here, I think we probably need to do it and go. I mean, we know that they're just after us, and I don't want
Well,
any of these people getting caught in between.
there was that town in Iverion we just heard about that was full of corruption. Not that I think we've seen any corruption necessarily coming from the town. Yes, weird vibes, but I don't think it's corruption. I think it'd be good to ask around, like Carasilla said, just to be safe, and then if this town does seem to be mostly untouched, we should go. And Carasilla, I might ask to shoot my family a message, just in case. I don't know if they're far, or maybe they're in town and we haven't seen them yet. I don't know.
What's yours?
Okay. And she will send a message basically asking, saying like, hey, we're in Richka. Where are you? We may need to get moving here sooner than we expected.
Me and your mother, we should be there tomorrow morning at the latest. That's the hope, at
Okay.
least.
All right, she'll tell that to everyone. Do you think we could hold out till tomorrow morning at the latest?
Because we're gonna have to, right?
All
Let's
right.
definitely ask around first, then. See if this is the kind of place we should be staying in.
Great. I guess let's start at the tavern or the inn and kind of go from there.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Alrighty. So with that, all of you make your way from the outskirts of the village of Richka back to the Squeaky Wheel Inn. So, as you make your way in, you can see that once again, Russell, he's standing behind the counter. Half-orc man, older, top knot, balding. He looks to see all of you enter, and he says,
Oh, well, I didn't expect to see you all back so soon. It's still not evening yet, so not a big audience yet, but I was stopping by for food or something else.
Well, you know, just I suppose in preparation for everything. I'm curious what kind of people you get through here. Many travelers?
Oh, lots of travelers. Many people come through Richka heading towards other cities further down the road, whether it be Peritrin or Vesna or Meister. Time after time, they all come through here heading for other places. Honestly, many people come looking for I'm sure as a gleeman such as yourself, you know of the ruins of the Demaris name, right?
Heard a thing or two?
Apparently there is some great treasure buried deep within the catacombs. So we get a lot of people who come through looking for it or trying to find it. If you ask me, I stay far away from that place. Too many, if you believe the stories.
and you can see him kind of looks at Bianca, and there's a very conscious effort to be careful with his words.
A lot of evil influence, I think is the best way to put it.
Any specifics? Evil's a pretty broad term.
You're right. I guess most commonly it would be that of the infernal. If you believe the stories, that is.
And so what? Many people in this region do believe those stories, I'm guessing?
Oh, the people in this region, they believe a lot of stories. You ask around. There are people who believe stories of many things. Looking at Bianca again, but I don't like to put much stock in stories. I like to believe what I can see. What I have seen with my own 2 eyes over my many years, and to make my judgments based off that. If I were you, I'd be more worried about the things that linger in the lake of Arumaga. That's what I'd be more worried about if I were you.
Well, I must admit that's not something I've heard much about. What's up with the lake?
It's you know, there are people who get a little too drunk, they drink a little too much, they decide to go fishing, and well, they say they see things. Strange creatures coming out of the water. Humanoid to a degree, but they swear they see stitch marks or additional appendages. Things like pincers or clear skin like fish, like scales, you know. That myself I've never seen, but what I have seen is I've seen many fiendish individuals. I've seen a lot of those kind, and I've seen what they can do.
That line intentionally avoiding eye contact with Bianca.
But you don't ask of strange folk tales from the old kingdom. No, you ask of travelers, odd people coming in and out.
Well, naturally as a gleeman, I'm interested in both. Find small town stories often the most interesting.
And there was a man coming to town maybe a month ago. Strange fellow. A little more stout, a little more short, wearing a mask like a woven mask of some kind. Selling jars of honey. Strange. Don't get very many beekeepers around here. But never turned down fresh honey if it comes to my doorstep. Haven't heard or seen much of him since. Didn't talk much. Aside from what was needed, and made his sale, and he went on his way.
You happen to have any of this honey on you?
Any of the honey? No, sadly, it is all sold already. It was a big hit.
I can imagine. Peddlers traveling around like that normally have something worth selling. Any chance you'd know where I'd be able to get my hands on it?
Well, all I know is that he was headed northwest. much as I was able to get out of him. Same direction as Arumaga, the lake, that is.
How long ago was this? That he came and sold the jars?
I sold the jars a month ago, about
Oh, okay.
3 weeks.
So everybody, I mean, we probably can't make a deal with somebody. They've probably all had their jar by now, right?
Maybe.
Huh. That's a shame.
It was odd though. When he came into town, I don't know if beekeepers just attract those types of creatures, but all around town there were wasp and hornets' nests that started to form. It was an issue for quite a while, but a couple days ago they left us alone quite a bit. And, well, all day today they've been no nuisance at all.
Joe, kind of throughout this process, and you said Bianca's had that that like cold, creeping feeling. Has it gotten worse at all?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Bianca's gonna just kind of be like whisper to Carosella, just like, I'll be right outside. And then she's gonna like step out to see if she or anyone can pry a little bit more in the areas that he was trying to be more vague about. Maybe if she's not there. I don't know if it'll work since he knows they're all friends with her, but
Right. That's a good
Try
thought,
it.
though.
Yeah, he does watch Bianca leave, and then as soon as she exits, sort of looks back to the group. Two, like, saber-toothed teeth kind of sticking out of the top. Well, any other questions, or no?
I believe we should be fine for the moment. Though I must say, what a interesting town you seem to have here.
Richka is a peaceful place, for the most part. We've run into our issues, but who hasn't? The clans to the south, they give us trouble every once in a while, but provided we pay our dues, we run into no issues.
You have to pay off all the clans then?
Well, whichever one claims that this is their territory. Provided we pay them, they don't raid, and they make sure the other clans don't attack us. So things stay peaceful, for the most part.
It's a real rough deal.
Yes, but as far as I'm concerned, it was the clans who made sure that there were no more fiend spawn lingering about.
Look, man, and Cecily's gonna just try to get this guy to open up a little bit. She'll say, look, I care a lot about my friend that just stepped outside, but if you want to just tell me something straight, I am not gonna be bothered at all. Is there something we should know?
Listen, and you see him kind of grimace. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Gotcha.
Can I also
I
lay an insight to, like, you know, just see if there is, you know, stuff he's holding back here,
Yeah, sure.
especially when it's been so direct.
nice
Yeah, you go ahead.
combo.
Make an insight check as he's talking.
Alright. Persuasion.
Wow.
Can I roll something so that I feel like I'm included?
Wow.
Yeah, make a medicine check.
Hell yeah.
Just give yourself a scan. Do a physical. Cool. I got a 14.
14, okay. For the insight check?
12.
12. For the medicine check?
12.
Suni, you're healthy as far as you can tell.
Hell yeah.
Cecily, he kind of looks at you and kind of nods, and he says, listen, I won't say much. And he kind of leans over. But I don't know your friend. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but there are people in the Old Kingdom that might not feel the same way. A while ago, we ran into a lot of issue with things like her. Most of our
Things like her? How does that mean?
and not exactly like her, but similar. Tieflings, nonetheless, a fiend spawn. To me, they look the same. They can disguise themselves. They can hide themselves in a normal group of people. All I'm saying is, she hasn't done anything wrong here yet. I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. But what I'm telling you, the deeper you go, the closer you get to that keep, less forgiving people are going to be. A lot of people believe that those people like her, the tieflings, reason why the Old Kingdom fell. A lot of hate for people like her in this part.
And those fiends you saw by this lake. Do you know if that has anything to do with anything?
I think those are two separate things. They are fiend spawn tieflings. I don't know much about the plains as it is. Fiend spawn seem more magical, more tied to the hells. From what those people told me, those things coming out of the water seemed like it. He kind of looks around and grimaces. Like experiments. You could see that. They said that you could see things sewn on, things grafted.
Well, guess I get the suspicion.
So, needless to say, we've got enough problems in our village not to have to worry about tieflings again. You're free to stay the night. If you could leave before tomorrow night, I would appreciate it.
Oh. Yeah, given the warm welcome, we're probably not going to stay too long anyway.
Very well.
Huh. I guess that's all I got. Wish we caught that beekeeper, though.
Who knows? He headed towards that lake, hasn't been seen since. Not very many people walk back from that.
And how long did you say that this lake thing was?
The lake. Well, it's been part of our, at least this part of the Old Kingdom for maybe 10 or 12 years now. At first it was small things, you know. You see a fish with something odd on it in the water. As of late, it's been something else entirely.
Why would anyone walk toward that then? Do you think the beekeeper just didn't know?
Either he didn't know, or he did, and he wanted something from it. Either way, I don't think it ended well for him if you haven't seen him. Especially if we haven't seen him.
Well, I know we haven't known each other long, but you've seen how much I eat. Was the honey at least good?
Oh, there's good honey, that's for sure.
Alright, that's all I got.
Oh, well. If you've been needing any food while you're here, feel free to ring the bell. But, got some things in the back need attending to. And he gives a small nod and he heads back into the kitchen. Provided there's nothing else.
Can I roll? So this is the second time that he's been like, I need to attend.
I was
is there
say
like
the same thing. Is
a
that
weird
just the
vibe?
genuineness there, or is there something going on there? Yeah.
And
Yes.
if any of us are gonna roll insight, it should not be. But
Well, Carasilla rolled insight earlier for just that entire conversation. So, Suni, go ahead and make an insight check as well. You know, just for funsies.
3.
Well, okay. You're a little still focused on your physical.
Poking his biceps a little bit.
Yeah, you're like, oh,
He asks the question in his head, but then he looks down to his bicep.
Yeah.
muscle there. Ooh, who are you?
Ooh, look at that. That's about 2 centimeters of growth right there. Yeah.
Gonna name you Franco. Okay. So, sadly, Suni, you don't really notice much, but Carasilla, you can definitely tell that he can tell what kind of people you are when it comes to tieflings, and it is not the same type of person he is when it comes to tieflings. So he knows that he crossed a line that all of you were not okay with, and he gave you what he could, and at this point now he just kind of wants an out for the time being.
Okay.
I mean, does he
At
have
first
to
I thought you were going to say that he was like offended by us liking tieflings, and I'm like, you're offended at us not being racist? But
I would buy it, but
he recognized that all of you weren't racist and was like, well, I gotta get out of here.
I wish
I also
racist.
buy that.
So, I mean, he might have had to go stir a soup or something, but it was definitely nothing pressing. Like he's just getting out. Okay. Alrighty. With that, he heads
Also,
back
just
in
to
the
double
back.
check.
Yeah.
Eliana, she's in Richka, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Oh yeah, wait, we're looking for another person. Who is this
Yeah, I was
person?
gonna say, it might be a good idea to try and, I guess, get a word with her as well, if we can track her down.
Wait, who are we trying to find in?
It's right, the contact that Sentinel said we could count on.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she should be good.
Why didn't Sentinel give
Hopefully
us
not
warning?
I don't know if he knew about this shit.
He didn't
This
know.
is,
Yeah.
I don't think he bought honey.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Sentinel loves honey.
Yep.
Fun fact about Sentinel, he does love honey.
Once the four of us are regrouped, though, and there is a moment where nobody else is around, Cecily will actually say, amongst the group, "It might not mean anything, but I really don't like that almost everyone in this village ate something that he brought here."
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
This, person that Sentinel told us to find, I don't know exactly how to work it into the conversation, but I kind of feel like if she hasn't had any, I'm more inclined to trust her.
I feel like we just need to find out where she is, get the general vibe. I feel bad now saying that after that whole thing. I get a better vibe check on her. Perhaps we could
Maybe
be.
she bought some and still has
Warren.
them too. That would be really beneficial to see what's going on with it.
Yes, I do kind of want to get my hands on some just to be able to see if there's anything there. Could just be a cover after all, but.
What?
Suna shakes her
Are we
head no.
still kind of alone?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, okay.
yeah, like you could have easily gone up to your rooms and Suna's still
Yeah,
there.
okay, cool,
She
cool.
Yeah.
Just
Suna,
as a
what are you thinking?
little fill-in, Suna. I think that the quote-unquote beekeeper that has come through here was someone much more nefarious than that.
Wicker,
Yes.
one of the 13
Are you-
Forsaken.
So you are familiar, yes. It seems that it might have been him rather than just some beekeeper.
Okay,
Which I'm sure is why you can understand why we're concerned.
that was what my question was earlier, because I heard the name Wicker and I saw the bee and I thought, well, maybe that. And then I also heard when you were talking to Morwen, I probably wasn't supposed to be listening, but you did say the Dark One a lot, so that kind of helped fill in the blanks. That's what my question was about earlier.
I'd like to ask you a question in turn. What exactly have you picked up about all this?
Oh, nothing too much, but, well, right now, nothing too much. Well, as Bianca knows, I did do a lot of reading while I was at the college. And you see, at the college, there's a book, a section of books that they don't want people reading, but they still keep them in the same library with the rest of the books. There's just like a gate there.
That doesn't make any.
No, and they call it the restricted section, too. It's really...
Oh, that's just begging for me to get in there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes me want to get in.
Exactly,
Oh.
yeah, you tell me that these are books that I can't read.
Lots of libraries have restricted sections. Think about, yes, we seeing that information could use it for good. But there's also people like Wicker and Issen who can then, if that's just free for anybody, they can just access that. So I understand why holding on to knowledge and keeping it safe. Sometimes, kind of got to screen some people before they can see some shit.
That's very fair. I understand that. It's just that when I was at the college, I read some books back there. I read a lot of books. I read most of the books back there. Most of them, not very exciting. One of them, however, was written by a woman named Selena Farron. In fact, there were 4 or 5 books written by Selena Farron back in that back section. Strangely enough, they were nowhere near each other in publishing date. They were in 5 different sections. In fact, they weren't even labeled correctly. It was very odd. Anyway, I read a lot about the Dark One and the 13 Forsaken, and the Creator, and sort of opposite of the Dark One. And prison, the Dark One is in, well, not prison, but I guess it's kind of a prison, outside of reality. And there's one time I was reading a book, and there was a word that showed up in that book, and I woke up, I believe it was 5 days later, in the hospital ward of the college.
Was it a name?
And she shakes her head, yeah.
Okay, I know what you mean.
I don't even remember what the name was. I just remember that I saw it, and then it was out. Gone. So, I mean, I thought that maybe it was something like, just a story, but then I was like, well, if it was just a story, why would it be in the restricted section? There must be people who knew that this was something that was legitimate. I just tried to push it away and bury it deep and not think about it, and, well, here we are now.
It is a good thing that you had that curiosity on you.
Yeah,
'Cause please,
honestly,
if anything rings any bells, would love for you to share any of the information you've got.
I mean, there is one thing about I don't know if it's exclusive to Wicker. It could be something about all of the 13 Forsaken, but one thing that I do know from my readings about Wicker is that the nests or any of the I guess nests is the best word that he creates. Selena had written about how those nests are, for the most part, permanent. They'll stay there, and they can pretty much be eyes and ears for him wherever he may need them. So I wanted to say something back when they were rotting and breaking apart, because I was going to say that wasn't natural, but I hadn't made it known, and I didn't know if then was the right time to ask the question, so I just kind of kept it, but now it seems like that information could be valuable. So if the nest did rot and fall apart, then that would had to have been Wicker's choice, or really not Wicker's choice.
I feel like it would make more sense if it wasn't, because if he could be eyes and ears on us, why wouldn't he? And the 1B did see us, so we know he knew, right?
It could also be that he's trying to make sure we don't follow up after him. Be died soon after we saw it.
True.
Yeah. Or he was just waiting until we showed up. Then as soon as he saw us, he got rid of the evidence. Well, obviously he's doing something at this devil lake. I don't know if it's smart to go there.
I think we should go there anyways. Especially seeing we're not going to stay in this town for too long.
Right. Well, soon I'm honestly glad you already know some shit. That would be a real... It would ruin your day if we had to catch you up on everything.
Yeah, that's like a really fortunate thing.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
It is nice.
Okay. Let's just find this contact that Sentinel talked about, figure out more about this town and its whatever the fuck is going on, and then maybe if Wicker does already know we're here, it would be in our best interest to go to that lake instead of waiting around.
All right. Let's see if this contact knows more about what's going on.
Okay. So, in order to make your way to the contact, you will need to head to the bank, as that was where you were told. The contact
Whoops.
Oh. I didn't realize we were told where she was.
Well, I'm still not going to make an investment. I know that much.
This music is still playing. Are we noticing any other vibes?
I'm so scared.
I know, I'm so
Um,
nervous.
Just since we're thinking about vibes, Suni's gonna take a deep breath through his nose, and I'm gonna use my divine sense just to see if there's any like bullshit going on, like within 60 feet of us. I know probably not, but
There are several cow pies, but
hell yeah.
let's.
You sense those because they're evil.
Yeah, I can location of any celestial fiend.
Hi.
So there's
Youngker is definitely with us. Okay.
Yeah. Can't lose me.
on your radar. Celestial fiends undead within 60 feet.
Yeah.
No, where you're at.
Okay. I
As far as
might
you can tell.
periodically doing, but not for a while.
Okay, all right. Just let me know. All right.
Oh, I can also, within the same radius, detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated. As with the Hallow spell. I don't know if that will give me anything, but just figured I'd throw.
That's good to know.
Yeah, that would certainly be interesting if we're on a desecrated land.
Yeah.
Good to know because as you're standing near the tavern, as that is, or the inn, is where you just had stepped out of. As you cast the spell, you can tell that within 60 feet, there are many spaces of where you're at that have been desecrated and then cleansed. The magic there is old, it is wavering, but it's something that was there at one point in time, where it was definitely creatures or something had corrupted or like negatively affected the grounds around you.
But all of this magic and stuff is very, very old.
Yeah, and it's been cleansed, so it's no longer hallowed in any way, shape, or form. But you do get the residual effect there, and the residual energy that's left there.
You said that there's a lot of like individual spots, or it's just kind of like spread out?
A lot
all over?
A lot of individual spots.
Anyone that's particularly close by? Or on the way to the bank?
Yeah, I mean, near the tavern, there is a lot of them there.
Can I find one?
Yeah, sure.
Like,
Easy enough.
Says I know the location.
Yeah, there's one that's like right outside. There's a small stable. It's like right outside that stable. next to the inn.
Can I just take a general look-see about?
What are you looking for?
I guess specifically if I can find what the object or area was that had been hallowed and cleansed. And then I guess that's it. I want to take a look at whatever it is.
Yeah, that's the strange part. Is it's very chaotic. So looking at one spot in particular, there doesn't seem to be anything of note about it. And just taking stock of the area and keeping the spell on as you walk from inn to bank, just up and down that thoroughfare, there is just 20 or 30 or 40 of them, just kind of spread out randomly, where it just seemed as though there were these places where probably a lot of creatures were at that desecrated this ground. And created, at one point in time, what would have been negative effects, but is now just land that has been cleansed. But it definitely, you get the same vibe as, like burning a village to the ground, but with like desecrating the ground that the village is on top of as well. Like as like a double.
So it just feels like the entire town was desecrated at one point and then cleansed.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, soon you will relay that information to everybody. Yeah, this place really feels... I don't think there's any negativity coming from the ground. Something place.
That's good to know to keep moving forward.
Tuni will, put his hand on the ground as well. Just trying to connect with the earth, see if the spirit of the earth and the plants thing feels like it's been negatively, if it's like negatively affected or if it's like okay. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like instead of just like the physical being of the earth of the.
Yeah, go ahead and make a nature check. What was it?
15. Sorry, did my voice not come through?
Yeah,
oh, I'm so sorry.
Silence was deafening.
I'm so sorry. Because I was here like awkwardly waiting for you to say something. Yeah, 15.
Okay, 15. It seems as though in any of these patches, the earth is definitely, the soil, the plants are weaker. They're still alive, but it's definitely something that they've had to like overcome, and in those places, you can definitely tell the grass is a little bit paler or not as healthy in comparison to some of the other places. So it is recovering, but it's definitely a long ways away from like super healthy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Nice.
Bang.
Good to know.
The bank again. God, this lady's gonna think I thought about it and I came back and.
Okay. So with that, you there we go. So with that, you make your way into the bank once again. And as you make your way in, like I said, there is that cleanliness to this area. There is all of the people that are moving in and about, and it's very clean and concise in their lines. And you can see in an area of cleanliness and conciseness, there is this one thread of chaos kind of moving through and not straight, rigid lines. You can see a drow woman of gray skin, long white hair, sort of brushed back away from from her face, wearing this doublet of black with this very fancy like brocade around the wrists, and these like gold buttons going down the center. Very, very fine clothing. A woman whose clothing is a lot more put together than her general demeanor as she's walking about, and you hear her shout out, now, Nina, darling, I need to head out before dawn, hopefully, so if you could please have those supplies ready for me from the... Nina, are you listening back there? Nina, darling, Nina. You can ignore me all you want, but I still need those supplies. I'm going to take that as a... Yes, I heard what you said, all right? Just, it'll be loaded up in the cart. Just please get out of here. That's all I needed. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it. And you see her kind of turn around from the, and kind of brush her doublet and look to the the five of you and say, oh, well, hello there. Not very often do we get visitors here in Richka. Very nice to meet you. My name is Eliana Delamarcano. It's great to meet you.
It's good to meet you as well. Actually, we were traveling past someone that knew you as well. Sentinel, are you familiar?
Oh, the Warforged.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how familiar you two became, but he mentioned that we could maybe reach out to you if we had any questions, while we were in town, since we spoke to him, and he mentioned that, you were pretty helpful to him when he was here. And we actually had a few questions if you have a moment, and if you want to continue on home, we can definitely not be in your way.
Well, no, please, follow me. We can go chit-chatting in my house. I've been meaning to rest my weary bones anyway. Please, follow along. It's been a while since I've had house guests, so just a fair warning, the house is a little bit of a mess, so just bear with me.
Thank you.
And with that, she makes her way out of the bank, and you follow her the 15-minute walk to her home. And as you enter the home, there is a small fireplace burning off to the side, just enough to provide a comfortable amount of heat in the home. You can see that it's a modest house, maybe one large common room, and then what looks to be a bedroom off to one side, and then a kitchen off to the other. Definitely not a simple home, just modest, especially considering what she's wearing. And so as she comes in, you can see that the house is a fair bit of a mess. There are what look to be plates scattered around on coffee tables. There are like half-drank mugs of whether it be ale or wine or water scattered about. And she says, if you're thirsty or hungry, please, I'll get you something. Don't help yourself. That would be gross. So, please, but take a seat. And she kind of walks around and picks up some of the clothes left over and tosses them into the room and shuts the door to the bedroom as she walks back into the kitchen. Can I get anyone anything? Water, wine? No more ale. Sorry, just water or wine.
I'm all right, thank you.
Good old water never hurt me.
I can see you've never drowned before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, water.
Fuck it, I'll take wine.
All
Thank you.
right,
God, can't
there
just
we
be me with the
go.
cup.
There we go. Very good. And you, darling? We're looking at you, Carasilla.
As I'll also take you up on a glass of wine if you're offering.
Amazing. And you, sweetheart?
Joe, I already said I'm good.
He's talking to Suna.
He's talking to Suna.
Oh my god, I'm the worst.
Suna kind of
Someone's
like
getting out sooner.
immediately like she looks to Bianca like she was talking to you. He's like, didn't she already ask you? No. Sweetheart, you. Yes, you. Can I get you something? No. All right. And she walks into the kitchen. She comes back with a couple of glasses of wine, hands them to Carasilla and to Suni with the water for Cecily and a glass of wine for herself as she sits in a nicer, a more comfortable chair and kind of lounges back and says, "So, did Sentinel tell you what I did to help him?"
Honestly, I remember almost nothing of what he said to us because I was so
That's
Yeah.
fair, yes. I'm going to be very honest. I didn't do much. All I told him is that if he wasn't careful around these parts, being a warforged, he could end up getting into not a lot of trouble, but there could be some unsavory types who might want pieces that are inside of him. Specifically the thing that makes his eyes all glowy gold and gives him his fun magical energy. Thing that powers Warforged is very valuable. I told him to maybe keep the hat a little further down while he's traveling on the road with people that he doesn't know. But considering that all of you recognized him as a Warforged, I guess that advice went in one ear, I'm not sure, and out the other. So, knowing that I was so incredibly instrumentally helpful in the safety of Sentinel and his interaction with all of you, hopefully I can be equally as helpful to the group of you. So, what did you need help with? You had questions?
Yes. Go on, Mark.
Yeah, no, I'll just start with the small thing. I haven't had honey in a long time, and I heard there was like a honey salesperson that came through a while ago. Did you get any of that? You got any of that sitting around? I know that's like not a big deal, but it is to me. I have bread pockets, okay? Like this shit matters.
Sorry, I was out of town in that I was in Periton when the honey salesman came through. I just recently got back to Richka, maybe about a week ago.
Man, seems like it went quick.
Do you know of anyone who might maybe have some of that same honey?
That same honey? No. As far as I know, it was a very small batch that was sold. By some strange man traveling into town.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know this is weird. It's just my friends know how much I like weird food, and they're trying to be nice.
Like honey, there are 5 or 6 beekeepers in Maester. It's maybe a week away from here. So, I mean, if you want honey, you could get some from there. If you're that desperate.
I'll definitely keep it in mind.
All right.
Look at that. You're just as instrumental in my journey as you were to Sentinel.
Exactly. Well, if there's nothing else, then I'll be on my...
So the adults have actual questions. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
All right.
Yeah, so we'll say we didn't just come here to ask about honey.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately
Darn
not.
it. Ugh.
Although I suppose I must ask, there seems to be a lot of hostility to more than just Warforged in these parts.
Racism, you mean? Is that the word you're looking for?
Oh, very much so.
Specifically towards your lovely friend here?
Yeah.
Yes. My dear, I'm very sorry. I grew up in Richka. I was born and raised here. And there's no forgiving the way that they treat tieflings here. It's vile, to say the least. It's not an excuse, but a lot of people in the Old Kingdom, they feel personally attacked by tieflings. There's a rumor, old wives' tale, I guess you could call it, of the noble family back when Bella Clara used to be something different than what it was. Long, long, long ago. Apparently, if you believe the tales, there was a noble family that, well, they grew a little too big for the britches. They wanted more than what they could handle, and they decided to make a deal with a devil, and the entire kingdom came collapsing down around it. So, many people in Richka still believe that tieflings are to blame for that, even though us who are more worldly and more traveled, we understand that it was probably some devil or maybe even an overly ambitious demon that wanted something from them and tricked them. And but try explaining that to old Russ, and well, you just get steam coming out of his ears.
Yeah, we actually talked to old Russ a little bit.
Yes.
Wasn't very subtle about it.
No. Subtlety is not something the Old Kingdom does well.
But you being here a long time, which is good to know, does it seem like anything has felt different recently with this town, or is it kind of the same old, everything's just the way they are?
Recently, as in timeline, what do you mean?
Anywhere from the last 6 months to a year, have you noticed a big shift or anything? Or even like just in your own lifetime growing up here, noticing something being just different about maybe the people or the environment, anything like that?
In my own lifetime, yes. I think it was maybe 25, 26 years ago. Oh, geez, I wish I could remember the date specifically. It was right before I was getting ready to go on one of my first caravans. I can't think of when. I suppose it doesn't really matter. I believe it was in Hearthfire, beginning of Hearthfire. The first week, for sure. It was odd. I was getting ready to leave that morning. Everything was going normally. And then, geez, it was the most peculiar thing. It was definitely maybe 11 a.m. And I could have swore the sun started to set almost. There's darkness in the area. People came out of their homes looking about, and next thing you know, it's just fire and screams. See these creatures, kind of like you, but different, longer, more corrupted, more evil. No offense, at least I hope it's not offense, but you definitely don't look evil.
Those things, they were something else.
You said November about 25 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can keep going.
No, you're fine. It's not a problem. It was strange. They came, they attacked, not just here, but many of them attacked here. They attacked Periton, Maester, destroyed most of the homes, burned most things down, and then in a flash they were gone.
So, a lot of this stuff we're seeing out here, this is all kind of version 2, then?
I suppose so, yes. I'd say before then, if a tiefling came through the Old Kingdom, it wasn't nearly as bad. You know, it was maybe a look here or there. Someone might say something under their breath, but nothing too bad. Ever since then, the further you get into the Old Kingdom, the less forgiving things can be, to put it lightly.
Have you ever traveled further south? Are you kind of familiar with that landscape a little bit? Is that where the clans kind of reside?
Further south, yes. Not near the keep. I find that the clans tend to stay away from there. The clans are superstitious. They stay about as far away from that keep as they can, and in fact, for the longest time, they never even ventured down from the mountains, but ever since that day, people have been so afraid of them returning, they allow the clans to stay closer. I don't know if you can tell from being here, but there aren't very many skilled fighters in the Old Kingdom. Most of them are part of the organized military, Belliclara, and Lord knows how long that takes to get mobilized if something were to go wrong, so they see if the clans are close by. If something bad happens, there's clans don't want the cities to go away, because if the cities go away, they lose out on their supplies, the things that they need, and, well, if the clans go away, then the cities lose out on their protection. It is a relationship that I wish was not a necessity for people to feel like they were safe in my home.
What do you wish your home was more like if you could change it?
Oh. Well, for one, not much you can do about superstition. I do wish people could be a little bit more logical, and they could reason a little bit more. I wish that they could not be nearly as spiteful and hateful towards outsiders. I think that that's something that is terribly awful. Oh, also, thank you, Chaotic writer for the raid with 14 people. That's very kind of you.
Hi!
Yay.
So, but if I were to really pick one thing that I wish could change, I'd wish to see my home feel safer. I mean, I'm one of the only caravan drivers for the area. Most of the people don't feel like it's safe enough to travel from city to city to city. If supplies want to get out of the Old Kingdom, I have to be the person that does it. Or at least people will come to Richka, and that's about as far as they'll go. So if my home could be safer, people could feel more secure, it's one thing I'd love to see change. But sadly, I don't think that's going to happen.
Sorry, I'm sure all these questions feel a little out of place. We're just kind of...
No, believe me, I am so used to talking to people from my home that getting to talk to people who are from outside of the Old Kingdom, and at least for a couple of you, looking at Cecily and then looking at Suni and Carasella's cloak specifically, that seemed to not be from Bella Clara. No offense, dear, but I can see it on the clothing you wear.
No, I am. I'm from originally Belka, and I was in Summer's Rest for a while, so...
Oh,
But-
I'm so sorry. Don't tell me you ever had any interactions with them. Oh, what is his name? Brennan Fisher?
Oh my god. You need to hear Cecily's impression. You brought it up, so yeah.
I don't know. We talked about the political humor. I don't know if it...
Yeah, but this is close friends. Close friend.
I feel like political humor would be safe in this space.
Okay, I'll do the bit.
It's too good.
And she'll alter herself into a slightly shorter Brennan Fisher. Because she can only... Well, I don't know how tall he was. I think she's within range
Yeah.
to get as tall as him, but I just find it funnier if she's like 3 inches shorter.
Yeah.
So, if she's just slightly off on the height, but she'll do that, and she'll just start. She'll hold her water glass as if it's a teacup with her pinky up in the air, and she'll just start parading around the room a little bit, and be like, "Oh, poverty! You know what you need? A contract!" And just...
It's comedy gold. It's so good. Because that's exactly how he sounds.
No, it's exactly how the whole charade began. I honestly don't remember if that's what he sounds like. I'm guessing. It's been like 2 years for Mark, but I'm sure Cecily knows. It burned in her mind.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of meeting him, but now I hope I never do, because that is exactly how I want to think of him.
Yes, yeah, we definitely have met him. Uh-huh. Actually,
Hey,
all the Fisher siblings, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, we even met the other brother the one time. It was real short.
Well,
Hey, this lasts for an hour, so if you guys have any more requests, I can...
yes. If I think of anything, I'll be sure to ask it of you.
Well, she'll just sit down, but she's not gonna drop the spell. She'll just, like, be Brennan for a minute. And then when she gets bored of it, she'll just, like, go back to Cecily but have claws. And then, like, it's like, just be fucking, like, every minute she'll just do a slightly different thing and just be like, and then do another thing.
So,
I
didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to ask if there was anything else.
No, I mean, I'm sure I could probably think of more. I'm just kind of so curious how this other piece of Bella Clara is operated, and I've known about it but never visited and have only been not very far. So just hearing things and being able to speak with somebody who, has been here their whole life is very good. And I do understand the feeling of wanting your home to be better off than it has been. Immensely. I get that.
Yes. Well, it's all right. I appreciate the kind words, but it's no one's fault, really. Kingdoms and houses and cities and villages, and they all fall. They all decay over time. And sometimes they grow back. It's the way the world works. All I can do is try my best to make the best of it. So, Nothing to apologize
It's a
for.
wonderful outlook.
When you grow up in Richka, you either hope that it changes in every single way, or you hope that your village never changes in every single way. And I found that I am one of the only people that wants it to change, so gotta stay positive or else the whole thing falls apart.
I see.
I'll also ask, perhaps more out of a point of curiosity, but couldn't help but notice that there's a lot of strange stones around these parts. As someone that's grown up here, don't suppose you have any stories or information about them?
There's always things people talk about, guesses people have. Some people call them the Fingers. They think that there is a stone giant that's sleeping underneath the Old Kingdom. That when it's time for the Old Kingdom to rise again, the stone giant will lift out from underneath the earth and be the general that leads the forces in the battle. I don't know if I believe that entirely, as most people don't know that there's more than 10 of those stone fingers, so if that is the case, I don't want to think about what some of those other pieces of stone might be sticking out of the ground, if you catch my drift.
It's a good one.
I think that one thing that a lot of people agree on, or at least they think of, is the stone, the material that the stones are made out of is the same stone that can be mined from quarries from the mountains. So I think that the runes on them as well, as far as some scholars have been able to discover in the town of the city of Meister, is some of those symbols or runes are names or titles. So I know myself and others like to think of them as we call them the ancestor stones. Kind of like a tombstone. A memoriam of someone who once was connected to that mountain.
That's good to know. I tried reading them with Suna here. She's much better than I am, but have you ever been able to read them or not?
Oh,
really?
No. I know common and some undercommon, and that is it. Honestly, I'm a bit of a shame to my races. I don't even speak Elvish. But what good would Elvish do me? The 5 words I know in undercommon are good enough to get me out of a sticky situation. If it does arise.
So, crew, do we have anything else?
I think all of my questions have been answered.
Should we ask about some of the weirder rumors we've heard? I mean, since you brought up the whole fiend thing from a couple decades ago.
Might as well.
Well, don't
Yeah.
leave me hanging.
Yeah, okay. I brought it up. I'll see it through. I think it's called Lake Arumaga.
Yes. The mutant fishmen, right?
Yeah.
The
Is that just a paranoia thing that the barkeep was going on about because he's got his own shit? Or, like...
Listen, 8 or 9 years ago, there was a little girl who found a fish with 4 eyes.
Alright.
And as far as I know, that was the only thing that was ever said about that place. There was a fish with 4 eyes, maybe 9 years ago. And ever since then, people get drunk, they go out, and sometimes they, especially the past year or two, they say that they see crab men with 2 human arms and then 2 giant pincers coming out of their back, or sometimes they say they see men with webbing in between their legs and arms, webbed feet, scales, and it's just... Listen, I understand that we live in a world that has massive flying creatures with scales that weigh as much as iron that can breathe elemental energy. I understand that that is a standard of the world we live in. But in a lake that is the size of the inn, that there is some type of mutant creature in that lake. I mean, stranger things have happened, yes. But I do legitimately think that it was one small odd thing that happened in our small town, and then it's just warped and changed into something entirely that it never was meant to be.
Why do you think it is that it's only been people have kind of been exaggerating?
Did you say why drunk people have only been exaggerating it?
Why do you think it's been so recent that they've been exaggerating? Or
Well,
whatever.
I'm not super sure. Recently, I think that the people who have said it... Listen, I don't mean to talk bad about anybody behind their back, which I know I've done on multiple occasions already as we've been talking. It's just not something I like to do, but I find myself doing it quite a lot. Some of those individuals in particular, they are... Oh, they like attention.
Mm.
You know, and so you go back to the tavern, you're already kind of drunk, and you tell, your best friends, oh, you never believe what I saw a big fish man with a big clicky-clack claw, and he's got 7 eyes and 4 wangs, and it's, it's just, I think that it is someone trying to make this small, rather insignificant village something more than what it is. And I love my home, don't get me wrong, but in the grand scheme of things, Richka is a drop of water in an ocean.
Well, maybe that checks out. People did the same thing at the orphanage, just wanted attention. There's this one kid that kept saying he saw an owl bear.
Oh, those are real.
Those are, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Like a... Okay, listen, I've seen a bear and I've seen an owl, but you're like, that's actually a...
Bear body, owl face. There you go.
What the fuck? That's not the combo I would have thought of.
Well, I've seen a bear owl, but they're a little more strange.
Okay.
I every time I see something weird, I think, what on earth can I see next that's going to be equally as weird? There can't be anything. But then every fucking day, apparently there's some new weird bullshit that's walking around.
They're both just a little... They didn't get out a lot growing up, and now they're recently out. So...
Yes, well, I am... No problems with that. Education in any form is very important, whether it be later in life, earlier in life. All that matters is that we learn, right? And here you are, learning.
Well, I mean, okay. I gotta see a picture of this or something. Wait, no, hold on. And Alter Self is still up. She's gonna try her best to turn into a humanoid version of what she thinks an owl bear looks like.
That's terrible. That is awful. It's like a Party City costume. That's what it looks like.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's gonna go like purple Aarakocra with a big belly. Like that's her best guess.
Absolutely identical to the real thing.
Really?
Yep, that's
No.
what it looks like.
Just about. And Suna's like, that's not anything what it looks like. Why are you...
We're just kind of like hushed down sooner.
No, see, this is why I can count on Suna, okay?
Oh,
Yeah, like, I mean,
Oh,
we're young
yeah.
and impressionable. How are you gonna lie to us?
thank you.
You'll figure
We're
it
gonna
out.
keep some of the mysteries of the world.
But Carousel and I
There's
have to have a
enough.
little bit of fun, okay?
I don't want any more mysteries. I want no more. I want them all solved yesterday. Alright, I'm going back. I don't like this. Alright. She's, I don't know. She'll turn into herself, but like a foot shorter with a dwarf face. I don't know. She's just fucking around.
Well, no more questions are coming to mind right now, Eliana. At least for me. Anyone else? Anything else that we've kind of learned that's been pressing?
I mean, this isn't any specifically been here your whole life. Out for Ellie.
Sorry, Cameron. I need you to...
It's because I don't have my fucking mic.
Yeah, you just
I
gotta
just-
lean in.
I'm like so uncomfortably
real
close to my
close.
computer now. I'm so close.
Whisper in our ear.
I can feel you.
Good.
Good.
All I asked was that since she's lived here her whole life, if there was anything specifically that she thinks we should keep an eye out for while we're in the area.
Rumors?
Yes, I specifically for you, darling, looking towards you, Bianca. If you do go to Maester, I do feel like there could be things you could maybe learn if you're interested in learning more about those pillars since you asked about them. Just make sure that when you're there, you always travel in a group. Never step out anywhere by yourself or anything like that. Like I said, this far on the edge of the Old Kingdom, people are more passive, but the closer you get to the keep, the more aggressive they may get. So, just
Oh, I never do that, so no worries.
good. That's good. That's good. It's never generally a good idea to go out anywhere by yourself, but specifically for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's really... Bianca's right. She never... That's a really good point. You've always been really good at sticking... Yeah.
Never getting yourself into any places where you're not meant to be alone.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Not a thing I'd do.
No, I've never... I wouldn't even think of you doing that.
Okay.
Especially not when there's pork company
All right.
around.
I don't even know all of you that well, and this is something that needs to change immediately, all right? If they're acting this way, and she points at you, Bianca, you need to change everything you're doing, all right?
right.
Especially here, all right?
Okay.
Okay.
Buddy system.
Yes. Buddy system.
Yes.
In fact, not even just a single buddy, but buddies system. In fact, I think you should always have at least 4 near you at all times. Because if they reacted like that, I can only imagine the shit that you got into without them there.
What? Nah. It was all... She's alive.
Exactly. You should not be, is what that means. That is what that means. You should not be alive because of this thing that you did by yourself.
Okay.
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 Okay. All of you are lovely people. And if you are heading deeper into the Old Kingdom and you'd like some company that has a caravan, that has a cot you may sit in,
tents you may sleep in that are fairly nice. If you would like to accompany me, I am leaving tomorrow afternoon. Be more than happy to have you accompany me. But I would like to get some rest. So unless there's anything else...
That actually does sound lovely. We were thinking about leaving in the morning, but we could maybe stick around till the afternoon to leave with you.
Well,
Just a fair warning, though, weird things happen to us.
Yeah.
We are sticking together.
all right. Well, I'll try to keep that in mind. I myself am not too unfamiliar with being in a fray, but should things get too serious, I know how to retreat and hide in a way that is, and one could say effective. I'll say that much about myself. So, if that's the case, then very well. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. And farewell. Have a good rest of your evening. It was very nice getting to chit chat.
Yeah, it was. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wine.
You're welcome.
And the water.
Oh, you're especially welcome.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Information.
As the group is leaving, Cecily is going to lean to everybody and be like, okay, listen, there's this other kid that kept telling the story about his dead dad who apparently fought a giant cube made of jelly. Is that also a real thing?
Mm-hmm.
Very much so.
Get the fuck out of town. What? Why? Why?
The world of wonders out there, Cecily.
Okay, so his
Think
dad
about-
actually dissolved in a cube? That's fucking terrible.
Cecily, remember the map I showed you when we first were in Summer's Rest and you thought, you had seen the whole world? The one that...
Okay, like half, but go on.
Well, I meant that you were looking at a map of the whole world. That was only a continent, and there's many more. And you've only explored half of that continent. And think of all the crazy stuff we've seen since then.
To be honest with you, I try not to think about it too hard. I start going crazy.
Well, you're
I
going to
wonder
need
what
to
the
get used to
weirdest,
it.
or what the weirdest thing in the entire world, other than Cecily.
Oh, I'm not that. She'll like look at herself. I mean, okay, listen, I'm going back. So I'll just turn back into normal form.
So with that, the 5 of you make your way back towards the inn. As the sun does, you can tell it's getting ready to set. It's not yet setting, as it's only about 4 p.m. Getting into the springtime now. It's definitely longer days. But as you make your way back in to the inn, you can see that you're just catching the tail end of a conversation. Russ is standing at the edge of the bar, and you can see the back of a man, tall, maybe 6.5 feet. You can see he has this long cloak that's sort of like pulled up, the hood pulled up over his head, and the cloak that goes all the way down to his ankles, made of all of these different bird feathers of different grays and whites and browns. A stocky, broad man sort of leaning over the counter. And you hear him speak in this deep, resonant voice as he says to Russ,
"You know what I seek. I seek my payment. Pay thusly. You know what I wish."
and you can see Russ kind of puts his hands up and kind of removes the man's hands from his shirt collar and says,
I know that you want what you want. And we paid. I promise we paid. I talked with the other elders, and everything was where it was supposed to be. I promise we paid. But we can't give you any more. There's nothing more to give you. I'm sorry.
You can see the man. He sets his hands down on the table and says,
Very well. It is well within your right to decline. Rest well this afternoon, Ruslan. For on this night, the only sleep you will find will be in death.
and with that, he sort of nods his head and he turns around and he just, as you finally turn and get to see him, his face is just mangled and scarred. There's just these places where like hair and beard and eyebrow just no longer grow. One of his eyes is completely like whited out, and the other one is just like sewn shut. As even though he's like walking out of the room, you can tell that he's fully aware of his spatial senses, even though he looks to be completely blind. As paying no mind to you, as you're not what he's here for, he just walks past you and out, provided none of the five of you try to stop him.
No, I'll kind of like give that man a look and then kind of a bit more of a questioning one back at Russ, like, what the fuck was that?
Okay. Older man walks out, wearing the feathered cloak.
Did he have any like symbols on him, or just the most noteworthy thing besides his face was the feathered cloak?
The feathered cloak. You can see that he had scars all over his body, but they weren't like scars from blades. They looked like talon marks that had just like cut across his chest or his arms. Yeah. Nothing looked to be made by weapons. Most of it seemed to be made by like bird talons.
Herbs. Gotcha. Yeah, how does Russ look after he was told he's gonna die tonight?
He's panicking a little bit. You know, he's like looking underneath the table. He's just like,
I don't know.
shit.
Fuck.
Yeah, now once Birdman's gone, Carousel will go over to him.
Yeah.
Take it that would be part of your whole payment arrangement with those clans?
It is. We put the payment. We put the payment where we do every time. In the same spot.
What do you owe them?
It's just the things that they want: the food, supplies, water, simple things like that. And,
Understand they don't take coin, I take it?
no, they don't. There have been times where we didn't pay the Gorgons, and that wasn't good. But there's never been a time where we haven't paid the rocks. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen tonight.
What would have happened to your payment?
I don't know. We put it where we're supposed to every time, and in a secluded part of the wood west of here. And it was taken. We know that there's almost no one anymore who goes anywhere near the lake, so we leave it by there, maybe 15, 20 minutes away. And something must have happened to it, I don't know.
How long
Did some-
ago? When'd you leave it?
The payment would have been left 3 or 4 days ago. And they usually pick it up 3 or 4 days after we put it, so I'm assuming they must have gone to pick it up just this morning.
And Cecily, she won't say anything more, but she'll just kind of give the party a knowing look. A well shit look.
What direction do they come from? West?
No, the clans, they come from the south, typically.
All of them?
Yes, in different parts of the south, but yes, for the most part from the south.
Okay.
Listen, we don't get many adventurer types through here. But do you think there's anything you might be able to do to help?
I'm hoping
She's gonna
we'll be able to work something out.
Yeah. How many... Do you know how many are in a clan at once?
The clans in total, no. I like I said, we've never missed a payment to the Roxy. I don't know what the punishment is. When it was the Gorgons, they had these heads that they carried around with them, and there were people that they took who didn't make the payments, and they turned them to stone, and then broke the stones in front of us as a reminder to make our payments sometime. But the rocks we've never missed a payment for. I don't know what to expect. I don't know if it will be 5 or 10 or 50 or 100. I just know that the clans are large, but most of them stay within the mountains or further south.
If you can get word out to the town to make sure everyone stays in and keeps everything as locked up as possible, there might be something we can do. Assuming, he said tonight, so just keep them in their homes. Are you able to do that?
I can spread the word, yeah.
Okay. We'll see what we can do. Just kind of discussing amongst ourselves. We'll let you know if we need anything else.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate it.
She'll kind of give him a nod. And then squad! Maybe we could go up to the room, but what are we thinking?
Well, as all of you turn and exit and head up to your room, knowing of what is coming on this night, whatever it may be, before you can make your plan, knowing that there is an attack coming towards the city, a city full of racist people towards Bianca, a city that you may or may not try and help out and prevent them from being hurt or killed in whatever way you can. Before you can make your plan, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session, because we're already about 20 minutes over, so I'm very sorry about that. Okay, anyway.
20 minutes over, more like 3 months behind.
Yeah,
We gotta catch up. We gotta do some catch up. All right.
Okay.
Sorry. That's a lot.
That's okay. All right, well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for supporting us after such a long hiatus. Sadly, there won't be any Explorers of Afera this Friday just because of scheduling issues last week. Still need to have my pre-game meeting with them, but this Saturday we will have the continuation of the Isles of Averion. Salamander Coast will be back next. We'll be back next Tuesday, and then next Friday will be Afera, and then Isles, and then we'll be back in the rotation. The Tri-Weekly, the Tri-Wizard Tournament, the triangle, triforce. Yes, all the tries, all the threes, all the greatness. Woo! Okay, all right. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you're watching on Twitch, don't forget to follow. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.